my son, and his wife said I ruined their vacation. They said those exact words to me, right in my own living room. But a fire doesn't start with an explosion. It starts with a little spark, something you almost miss. For me, it started at a noisy family dinner, with me just trying to stay out of the way. I was sitting at my own dining table, the one I polished just that morning, nursing a glass of iced tea. I felt more like a guest than the woman who'd hosted 100 family meals in this very room. My son, Bryant, and his wife, Elena, were huddled over his phone, their faces lit up by the screen. "Oh, that resort looks perfect, Bry," Elena said, pointing. "And it has that all-inclusive package. The kids would love that pool." I just smiled and took a sip of my tea. When they had first mentioned this trip a month ago and actually said my name, my heart just about skipped a beat. "Mom, we'd love for you to come with us." They wanted me to come. After all these years of feeling like I was on the outside of my son's new life, I was finally being included. I'd already started daydreaming about it. I pictured myself sitting on a balcony, reading a book while the grandkids splashed in the ocean. I'd already mentally started packing. But now, sitting here, listening to them, something was off. It was in the way they talked around me, not to me. They were planning excursions, difficult hikes, and talking about late-night shows. They hadn't asked me once what I'd like to do. I tried to join in, to show them I was part of the plan. "That sounds lovely, dear. What are the flight options like? I'd probably need an aisle seat, just for my hip." Elena didn't look up from the phone. Bryant just glanced at her, a quick, tight little look, and then back at the phone. "We're still figuring that part out, Mom. Don't worry about it." That's when the little knot in my stomach tightened. Don't worry about it. It sounded polite, but it felt like a door shutting. This didn't feel like an invitation anymore. It felt like an obligation. It felt like I was a problem they were figuring out, not a person they wanted there. That old, familiar feeling started to creep in, the one where I'm not really a person, just a box they have to check off. The doorbell rang. Thank goodness. It was my daughter, Jillian, and her husband, Matt. They came in like a gust of fresh air, all smiles and hugs. "Mom, smells delicious," Jillian said, kissing my cheek. We all sat down to eat the roast. I'd been up since 6 in the morning preparing. I watched Jillian and Matt. They were talking about their own little weekend trip, laughing about getting lost. They were so easy with each other. Then I'd look back at Bryant and Elena. Their shoulders were tight. Even when they smiled, it didn't quite reach their eyes. It's funny, the things you notice when you're on the outside, even in your own home. Jillian, bless her heart, turned to Bryant. "So, you guys are all set for the big trip? Mom, you must be so excited." The clinking of forks just stopped. It was like she'd thrown a rock into a quiet pond. I tried to keep my voice light. I didn't want to make it a big deal. "Oh, yes. I'm so looking forward to the beach. I was just asking about the flights." The silence that followed was deafening. It couldn't have been more than 2 seconds, but it felt like an hour. Elena suddenly became very interested in the green beans on her plate. Bryant put his fork down and sighed. That little puff of air he does when he's frustrated. He exchanged that same look with Elena again. She gave him a tiny, almost invisible nod. "Right, Mom, about that." He started. His voice was careful. Too careful. We were looking at the resort. And, well, it's a lot of walking. And the excursions, they're pretty intense. I just stared at him. I'm perfectly capable of sitting on a patio with a book. Bryant, I don't need to go mountain climbing. "I know, Mom, I know. It's just, we were thinking it might be a bit much for you. With your hip, we wouldn't want you to be uncomfortable." "Uncomfortable." He said uncomfortable, but what I heard was inconvenient. Jillian was looking back and forth between us, her eyes wide. The unspoken words just hung there in the air over the cooling roast potatoes. You're a burden. You'll slow us down. We don't really want you there. My cheeks were burning. I felt the heat rise up my neck. Here I was at my own table, being told I wasn't welcome on a trip I was supposedly invited on. But what do? You do what you've always done. You make it easy for them. You smooth it over. I picked up my glass of tea and took a long, slow sip. I forced a smile. It felt brittle, like it might crack my face. "Oh," I said with a little laugh. "Oh, goodness, no. You mustn't worry about me. I wouldn't want to get in the way of your plans." Bryant let out a breath, his whole body slumping in relief. "Right. Thanks, Mom. I knew you'd understand." Elena looked up, smiling at me now. A real smile, this time. "Exactly, Regina. We just want you to be comfortable. Maybe we can do a nice, quiet lunch when we get back." "That sounds lovely," I said. The conversation started up again. They went back to talking about snorkeling and rental cars. Jillian kept shooting me worried looks, but I just focused on my plate. I sat there, invisible again, and I made a decision. It was a tiny little seed of a decision, but it was there. I understood. All right, I understood perfectly. That silence at the dinner table, it's just heartbreaking. Have you ever been in a situation where you were made to feel like an inconvenience by your own family, like your feelings just didn't matter? Let me know your thoughts in the comments, and please tell me where you're watching from today. I'd love to say hello. Jillian was the last one to leave. She gave me a hug at the door. Her eyes full of questions I knew she was too polite to ask. "Are you really okay, Mom? You seem quiet." I just patted her arm, forcing another one of those brittle smiles. "I'm just tired, dear. It was a long day. You get home safe." The door clicked shut, and the silence in the entryway was so heavy it felt like a blanket. I stood there for a long moment, just listening to the hum of the refrigerator. The noise of the dinner party was gone, and all I was left with was the echo of Bryant's words. "We were thinking it might be a bit much for you." I walked back into my kitchen, my spotless kitchen. Tonight, it was a war zone of half-empty glasses and plates smeared with leftover gravy. The roast, the one I'd babed all day, was just a carcass on its platter. I started running the water, making it as hot as I could stand, and plunged my hands in. The sting of it felt good, like it could wake me up. I've spent my entire life being the reliable one. Hasn't that always been my job? When the kids were little and had the stomach flu, it was my couch they slept on. It was my hands that wiped their foreheads. When they needed money for the class trip, I always had a $20 bill tucked away in my sock drawer, even when your father and I were pinching pennies. And the holidays, my goodness. For 35 years, Thanksgiving and Christmas happened in this house. Not once did we go anywhere else. I'd be up at 5 in the morning stuffing the turkey, and I wouldn't sit down until 9 at night, usually after everyone else was already in the living room watching the football game. I'd be left alone with a mountain of greasy pans. I never minded. Or did I? No, I always told myself I didn't. That was the price of being the mom. That was the glue that held everyone together. If I stopped, the whole thing would fall apart. I raised 3 children, Jillian, Hannah, and Bryant. But Bryant was my only son. He was the baby, even though Jillian's older. He always needed more. More of my attention, more of my help, more excuses. I scrubbed at a stubborn spot on a casserole dish, scrubbing hard enough to make the pot squeak. When he was 16, the trouble he got into. That time he dented his father's car, I was the one who said a deer ran out. His father, God rest his soul, believed it. When Bryant failed that big class in college, I was the one who secretly sent him money from my grocery budget so he could retake it over the summer. I was always smoothing his path. always running interference. I thought I was protecting him, but standing here with my hands in the greasy water, I had a sick feeling. Maybe I was just teaching him that I was the one who would always cave. That my time, my energy, my money, it was all just his for the taking. And then he met Elena. I liked her at first. I really did. She was smart, put together. She had a good job. I thought, good, she'll take care of him. I thought maybe my job was finally done, but things changed. It wasn't overnight. It was subtle. Elena is never rude. Oh no, she's far too clever for that. Rudeness I could handle. I'd know what to do with rude. This is different. It's like being suffocated by a soft, perfumed pillow. It's the way she talks to me like I'm a fragile antique that's about to break. It's the polite suggestions. Regina, why don't you sit this one out? The path at the park is a little uneven. It's the way she helps. We'd ask you to watch the kids, Regina, but we just don't want to tire you. You've done so much already. It always sounds like she's caring about me, right? But what she's really saying is, you're old, you're not capable, you're not needed. Last Christmas, she helped me in the kitchen. She went through my pantry and reorganized my entire spice rack alphabetically. This is just a better system, Regina. More efficient, she'd said. My kitchen, my system. For 40 years. But I just smiled and said, how clever, dear. And Bryant, he just lets her. He stands there, nodding. His team is Elena and the kids now. I'm the extra. The obligation they have to figure out. Tonight just proved it. It might be a bit much for you, Mom. That was Elena's voice, her careful, polite words coming right out of my son's mouth. The polite dismissal. The assumption that I'm a burden before I've even packed my bags. I finished the last plate and dried my hands on the towel. The kitchen was spotless again. Orderly. But I felt shaky, like I'd just run a race. I leaned against the counter, and the silence wasn't just silence. It was deafening. It was the sound of my own voice, which I hadn't used in decades. I've spent my whole life putting everyone else's needs before my own. I thought that made me a good mother, a good woman. But tonight, I'm realizing something else. I'm the one who let this happen. I'm the one who taught them all that I don't matter. I taught Bryant that he could take, and I would just give. I taught Elena that I was someone who could be managed. I've been so busy being reliable that I've become invisible. I'm an afterthought in my own life. I turned off the kitchen light and walked down the dark hallway to my bedroom. And for the first time in my entire life, I wasn't just tired. I was angry, and I had no idea what to do with it. That anger I felt, it simmered for a few days. It was a low, humming background noise to my life. I tried to push it down. I told myself I was being sensitive. I told myself they were busy, that they didn't really mean it, that it's just how the younger generation is. I went about my days. I did my grocery shopping. I deadhead the roses in my garden. I was trying very hard to be the understanding mother I'd always been. My grandson Liam's birthday was on Friday. I bought his gift a week earlier, a detailed model kit of an old biplane. Bryant always said he was too old for models and just wanted video games, but I'd seen Liam at the air show last year. His face was lit up like a Christmas tree. I knew he'd love it. I'd wrapped it in bright blue paper. I figured I'd just drop it by the house. I didn't even call first. I just went. Maybe I was hoping for a do-over from that awful dinner. Maybe I thought if I just showed up cheerful with a gift, it would erase that sick feeling. I pulled into their driveway around lunchtime. The house was quiet. I grabbed the gift bag from the passenger seat and walked up the stone pathway. It's a beautiful house, the kind I never could have afforded. I was about to ring the doorbell, but I heard their voices. They were coming from the kitchen window, which was cracked open just a few inches to let in the spring air. They weren't yelling. They were just talking, and I heard my name. It was Elena's voice, but it wasn't the polite, honey-sweet voice she used for me. This one was sharp, annoyed. This was the real one. "Bryant, I'm telling you," she said, and I could just picture her wiping down that granite countertop. "If your mother comes, it is not a vacation. It's work. It's just work." I stopped, my hand frozen halfway to the doorbell. I couldn't have moved if I tried. "She'll just sit there," Elena went on, and the frustration in her voice was so clear. "She'll sit there expecting us to, what? Entertain her? And I'll be the one making sure she's comfortable, getting her water, cutting up her fruit. I'll be waiting on her hand and foot. It's too much. It's supposed to be our family time." There was a pause. I waited, holding my breath for Bryant to defend me, to say, "Elena, that's my mom. Be nice." I heard him sigh, that same tired, frustrated sigh from the dinner table. "I know, El," he said. His voice was so weak. "I know. I'll handle it." I told her it was a lot of walking. I thought she got the hint. Well, she didn't. Elena snapped. "You need to be clear. I am not spending $2,000 on a vacation just to be her babysitter. I'm not." The colorful paper of the gift bag crinkled in my hand. I was gripping it so tight my knuckles were white. It wasn't just anger this time. It was a sting, a cold, sharp, physical sting that went right through my chest. It was like being slapped in the face. All those little polite dismissals, this was the truth behind them. Work, waiting on her hand and foot. Babysitter. This whole time, I thought I was a mother, a grandmother. It turns out I'm just a job, a chore they're trying to get out of. My eyes started to burn, but I refused to cry. Not here. Not on their perfect stone pathway. I didn't knock. I didn't ring the bell. What was the point? I just turned around. My feet felt like lead, but I made the move, one after the other. I walked quietly back to my car, got in, and shut the door. I sat there for a full minute, just staring at the steering wheel. My hands were shaking. The bright blue gift bag was sitting on the passenger seat, a stupid, cheerful reminder of how wrong I'd been. I put the car in reverse, and I just drove. I had no idea where I was going. I just drove. I got on the highway and just kept going. I passed the exit for the mall, the exit for Jillian's house. I thought about calling Jillian. I could picture the whole conversation. She'd gasp, "Oh, Mom, she didn't. That's awful." And then the inevitable but, Mom, Elena's she's very high-strung. She's stressed with the kids. She probably didn't mean it like it sounded. Jillian would listen. She would sigh, but she wouldn't fix it. She would just make me feel, once again, like I was the one who had to be the bigger person, the one who had to understand and forgive and smooth it all over. And my other daughter, Hannah, she's 3 states away, so busy with her own life I'm lucky if I get a call once a month. I looked at myself in the rearview mirror. My hair was flat. There were lines around my eyes I'd never noticed before. And the clearest, coldest thought I've ever had just popped right into my head. No one is coming to save you. All my life, I'd been the one saving everyone else, smoothing the path, fixing the problems, making it all okay. And now, here I was, the one who was drowning, and there wasn't a single hand reaching out for me. It was the most terrifying thought I'd ever had. And then it was the most freeing. If no one was coming to save me, then I was just going to have to save myself. I turned the car around. I drove home. That cold, shaky feeling was gone. In its place was something hard. Something I hadn't felt in a very, very long time. It felt like resolve. I walked into my house, past the kitchen, and straight into the spare bedroom, the one I use as an office. I sat down at my little desk, the one covered in framed pictures of the very people who'd just broken my heart. I opened my laptop. I went to my bank's website. I looked at my savings account, the money I'd been saving for a rainy day, the money I'd always just assumed I'd leave to them. I thought, well, it's raining. I opened a travel website. I didn't look at Florida. I didn't look at cruises. I typed in the name of a little town on the coast of Maine, a place I'd seen in a magazine 20 years ago, and cut out a picture of a little, rugged, foggy town with cliffs and a lighthouse, a place I'd always wanted to go. I found a little cottage for rent right on the water. It was available for 2 weeks, starting the day after tomorrow, the same day their vacation was supposed to start. My heart was hammering in my chest. This was insane. This was selfish. This was not me. I clicked book now. I put in my credit card number. The screen flashed. Confirmation. Non-refundable. I closed the laptop. My hand was trembling. I felt sick. I felt terrified. And then, underneath all that, I felt a tiny, wild spark of something exhilarating. The birthday gift for Liam was still on the passenger seat of my car. I'd mail it. She booked the trip. My hands were shaking just reading that. That feeling of taking back your power. Even when you're terrified, that's an amazing moment. If you are rooting for Regina to find her own happiness, drop a "Go Regina" in the comments right now. And if you're enjoying her story, please hit that like button and subscribe. You don't want to miss what happens when they realize she's actually gone. I didn't tell a soul I was leaving. I just packed a suitcase, the small one I usually use for weekend trips. I watered the ferns, locked the back door, and put the spare key under the mat, just like I always do. But this time, I was the one leaving. The first few hours of the drive were the worst. My hands were gripping the steering wheel so hard my knuckles were white. My stomach was just a tight, sick knot. A voice in my head, the one that sounds a lot like my own mother, just kept repeating, "What do you think you're doing, Regina? What have you done?" I'm 68 years old. I don't run away. This was crazy. This was selfish, irresponsible, and I had paid for it all, non-refundable. I almost turned the car around at least 3 times on the highway. What if Bryant called? What if Jillian needed me? What if one of the grandkids got sick? The guilt was so strong it felt like another person sitting in the passenger seat, just staring at me. The cottage was quiet. That was the first thing I noticed when I finally got there, late at night. The key was right where the owner said it would be. I walked in, and the silence was just total. It was the sound of no one needing me, and it was terrifying. The first day, I just drifted. I unpacked my suitcase, then I folded everything and put it right back in. I made the bed, even though it was already perfectly made. I wiped down counters that were already clean. I've spent my entire life doing things for people. I am a mother, a wife, a grandmother, a volunteer. I am a list of tasks for others. Standing in that little kitchen, with its blue and white curtains, I realized I had absolutely no idea what to do with myself when the only person I had to take care of was me. It felt wrong. It felt empty. And I felt foolish. The second day was just as bad. I sat on the little porch, wrapped in a sweater, and I watched the ocean. The waves just crashed and crashed and crashed. I was just waiting. But I didn't know what I was waiting for. For someone to notice I was gone. I checked my phone. Nothing. No missed calls. No worried texts. I'd read the same page of a book 4 times and not remember a single word. I was so used to being the center of the family's needs. I'd forgotten I was even a person outside of them. On the third day, I woke up and I was just angry. I was angry at myself. I'd driven 10 hours. I'd spent my savings. I'd done this big dramatic thing just to sit in a different room and feel sorry for myself. No, that was not going to be the end of the story. I'd seen a nice restaurant when I drove through the little town, a proper place with white tablecloths right on the water. It looked expensive, the kind of place Elena would pick. I'd always wanted to try a place like that, but you don't go to places like that alone. Well, I was going to. That afternoon, I did my hair. I put on my good slacks, the cream-colored ones, and the string of pearls my husband, Frank, gave me for our 25th anniversary. I felt like I was putting on armor. I walked in. The hostess, a young girl, smiled and said, "Table 4?" She looked right past me, expecting someone else. "Just one," I said. My voice was small, but I said it. I felt like every single person in that restaurant turned to look at me, the sad old woman dining alone. I could feel the pity. I wanted to turn right around and go back to the cottage and eat crackers for dinner, but I didn't. I made myself walk to that little table by the window. I ordered a glass of white wine. I opened the menu, but I was just hiding behind it, my face burning. Then I heard a friendly voice from the table next to me. "Is the Chardonnay any good here?" I looked up. There was another woman sitting by herself. She had a shock of bright white hair, cut short, and was wearing a beautiful, colorful scarf. She was probably a few years older than me, and she was smiling. "I hope so," I said, feeling my shoulders relax just a tiny bit. "I just ordered it." "Well, let's find out together." She laughed. "I'm Marge." And just like that, we started talking. It was so easy. She was from Ohio. Her husband had passed away 5 years ago. She was on a solo painting trip. She asked what brought me to town. I found myself being honest, but not the whole sorry story. I just said, I think I just needed a change of scenery. For my family. Marge nodded, like that was the most normal answer in the world. She didn't look pitiful. She looked understanding. "Oh, I get that," she said, taking a bite of her fish. "My daughter, Sarah, she's wonderful, but she thinks that just because I'm retired, I'm her built-in babysitter." She leaned in like she was telling me a secret. She called me last week, all in a panic. "Mom, can you come for the weekend? Tim has to work, and I have this big benefit dinner." I just had to tell her, and here her voice was firm but not unkind. "Honey, I love you, but my painting class is non-refundable. You'll just have to manage." I must have been staring at her. She laughed and patted my hand. "They're good kids, but they'll use up every second of your time if you let them. You've got to have your own life, dear. You just have to. You've got to have your own life." It wasn't mean. It wasn't selfish. She said it like it was a fact, like the sky is blue or the ocean is cold. It was just a rule. You'll have to manage. A bolt of lightning. That's what it felt like. Right there, over a glass of Chardonnay. All my life, I thought no was a 4-letter word. I thought it meant I was a bad mother, an unhelpful person. But hearing Marge say it, it wasn't selfish. It was necessary. It was just self-preservation. My painting class is non-refundable. My life is non-refundable. I'd been letting my children treat my time, my energy, myself like it was a free, endless resource. And it was my own fault. We finished our dinner. I paid my own check. When I walked out of that restaurant, I wasn't hiding. I felt lighter. I could actually smell the salt in the air. I could hear the waves crashing. I got back to the cottage. The sun was setting, painting the whole sky in pink and orange. It was beautiful. I'd left my phone inside, charging on the nightstand. I picked it up. The screen lit up with two notifications. The first was a social media post. Elena had tagged me. It was a picture of her, Bryant, and the kids on a boat. They were all in life jackets, squinting into the sun. Best vacation ever, the caption read, with a little palm tree emoji. I looked at the picture, really looked at it. Bryant's smile was tight. It was the one he wears when he's stressed. Elena was smiling at the camera, not at her family. It looked forced. It looked hollow. The second notification was a text message. It was from Bryant. It had come in about an hour ago. Just 4 words. "Hope you're okay, Mom." I stared at that message. The old me, the me from just that morning, would have burst into tears. I would have been sick with guilt. I would have called him immediately, falling all over myself to reassure him that I was okay. I would have been apologizing, asking all about his trip, making sure he wasn't worried. I thought about Marge. I thought about Elena's voice at the window. I am not her babysitter. I looked at the text message, and for the first time in my entire life, I didn't feel a single tiny pang of guilt. I didn't feel sad. I wasn't even angry. I just felt free. I put the phone down on the table, face down. I picked up my book. The ocean was making a lovely, roaring sound, and I was going to sit here and listen to it. He could wait. I left Bryant's text message sitting there for 2 whole days. 2 days. That might be a record for me. Usually, the moment one of my children needs me, I'm right there, phone in hand, ready to solve, to soothe, to agree. But I wasn't that person anymore. At least, I was trying not to be. I was busy. I'd found a little bookshop in the town, a real one with dusty shelves and a cat sleeping in the window. I bought a murder mystery. I walked down by the water, even though it was cold, and I collected sea glass in my pocket. I was okay. I was more than okay. I was actually peaceful. That's why, when my phone rang on Thursday afternoon, I almost didn't answer it. It wasn't a text this time. It was a video call. From Bryant. My heart did that old, familiar jump. Oh no, something's wrong. The guilt and worry were right there, ready to leap back into action. I almost hit decline. But I didn't. I was curious. I sat down on the edge of the sofa, and I pressed the green button. His face filled the screen. And, oh my, he did not look like he was on the best vacation ever. He was in a bright, tropical-looking hotel room, but it was a mess. There was a wet towel on the chair behind him. He was squinting, and he looked exhausted. He was sunburnt, but not a healthy-looking tan. A stressed, angry red. "Mom," he said, and his voice was all relief. "Mom, thank God. I've been texting." "I see that, dear," I said, keeping my voice calm. "Is everything all right?" Before he could answer, Elena's face shoved into the frame. She looked worse than he did. Her hair was frizzy from the humidity, and she was wearing a bathrobe, even though it was the middle of the afternoon. Her eyes were sharp and tired. "Regina, where are you? Are you okay? Bryant said you weren't answering his texts." The tone was accusatory. Not, "I was worried about you," but "you have been inconveniencing me by being silent." "I'm perfectly fine. Elena, thank you for asking," I said. I smiled, a little polite smile. "I'm just on a little trip. Up on the coast." "A trip?" Bryant said, looking confused. "By yourself? Where?" "In the background. I heard it. A high, whining sound. It was my grandson, Liam. But I want to go to the pool. You said we could go to the pool." Elena turned her head away from the phone and just snapped. Her voice was like a whip. "Liam, I told you, just wait a minute. Can you not hear me on the phone?" The whining dissolved into a full-on wail. Elena turned back to the camera, and her face was a mask of pure frustration. Bryant just rubbed his temples, his eyes squeezed shut, and I saw it. I saw it as clearly as if it were a movie. They were miserable. The vacation they'd been so worried I would ruin was a disaster. All by itself. I realized in that moment what I had really been to them all these years. I wasn't just mom or grandma. I was the buffer. I was the one who, on a trip like this, would have said, "Oh, Liam, the pool sounds wonderful. Let's you and I go down and let your mom and dad have a little rest." I would have been the one to take the kids to the beach for an hour so Elena could take a nap. I would have been the one to sit between Bryant and Elena at dinner, keeping the conversation light, absorbing the tension that was sparking between them. I wasn't a burden. I wasn't work. I was the glue. I was the one who did all the unpaid, unnoticed, unappreciated emotional labor that made their perfect family function. And now the glue was gone, and they were falling apart. Bryant opened his eyes. He looked right at me, right through the phone, and his face was just desperate. "Mom," he said, and his voice was different. It was the little boy voice, the one he used when he'd failed a class or dented the car. "Mom, we miss you." Elena's head snapped around. She looked at him, surprised. Then she looked back at me, her expression shifting. She was trying to look soft. "He's right, Regina," she said, attempting a smile that didn't reach her eyes. The kids really miss you." I heard the translation in my head. "The kids are driving us insane, and we want you to come and handle them. We miss you. We miss the peace and quiet you provide. We miss you. We miss the free babysitter." The old me, the old me would have melted. I would have felt so guilty, so needed, so important. I would have said, "Oh, Bryant, honey, what's wrong? I'll come right now. What's your flight number? I'll see if I can get a flight." I would have given up my cottage, my savings, myself in a heartbeat just to rush back and fix their problems. But I looked at them, strained, miserable, and I thought about Marge. "You've got to have your own life, dear." I smiled, a real smile this time, not a brittle one. It was warm. It was calm. "That's so sweet, Bryant," I said. My voice was kind. "It's so lovely to hear you say that. Thank you." There was a pause. This was not the answer they were expecting. Bryant frowned. "So, where are you? When are you coming back?" "Oh, I'm just enjoying my time," I said, looking past the phone, out the window at the ocean. "I'm up on the coast. It's just beautiful. I found the most wonderful little bookshop today." Elena's face was hardening. The soft look was gone. This wasn't working. "But, Mom," Bryant started, "we were thinking—" I held up a hand, still smiling. "Oh, dear, I am so sorry," I said, injecting a little bit of energy into my voice. "But I was just about to step into a little antique shop I found before it closes. You know how I love those. I'm going to have to let you go. But I hope you all have fun on the rest of your vacation." I said brightly, "It looked so lovely from those pictures you posted. You all have fun now. Talk soon." And before he could say another word, I pressed the red end call button. I clicked it. The screen went black. The cottage was silent again, except for the ticking of the clock on the mantelpiece and the sound of the waves outside. My heart was hammering, but not from fear. It was, I don't know, power? I had just hung up on my son, who was in the middle of a manufactured crisis. I had not offered to fix it. I had not apologized. I had not caved. I had simply ended the call. I was no longer passive. I wasn't available for their drama. I stood up. I grabbed my purse. I was going to that antique shop. Wow. Just wow. She ended the call. The old Regina would have been on the next flight, but she just hung up. She heard that panic in her son's voice. the exact sound that used to control her, and she still chose herself. Have you ever had to make a choice that difficult, to hold your boundary even when it felt like you were disappointing someone you love? Let me know your thoughts below. This is a powerful moment. I came home 2 weeks later. The cottage was hard to leave, but it was time. When I pulled into my own driveway, my house looked different. Smaller, maybe, but it was mine. I walked inside carrying my one small bag. The air was still and quiet, but this time the silence didn't feel lonely. It felt peaceful. I felt rested. I'd bought a new blue sweater at one of the little shops, and I felt good in it. I felt solid. I'd been home for about a day, just unpacking and enjoying my own coffee in my own kitchen, when the phone rang. It was Bryant. "Mom, you're home," he said. His voice was flat, not relieved, just flat. "I am, dear. I got in late last night." I said, Elena and I, we're coming over. We need to talk." It wasn't a request. It was a statement. The old me would have started flapping around, offering to make coffee, worried about what I'd done wrong. The new me just said, "All right, I'll be here." 20 minutes later, their SUV pulled up. I watched them walk up the path from my living room window. They looked terrible. They were back from their best vacation ever, and they both looked like they'd been through a ringer. They were tense, their shoulders were high, and they weren't talking to each other as they walked. I opened the door before they could knock. "Bryant, Elena, come in." They walked past me into the living room. They didn't hug me. They didn't even say, "It's good to see you." They just stood there in the middle of my rug, looking at me like I was a problem to be solved. Bryant was the first to speak, and his voice wasn't filled with relief. It was cold. He was angry. "Mom." He started crossing his arms. "What was that?" I just looked at him. "What was what, Bryant?" "What was that?" he repeated, his voice rising. "You just disappeared. You didn't answer your phone. We were worried, Mom. I texted you. We called you. You just vanished." "I wasn't lost, Bryant," I said, keeping my voice perfectly calm. "I was on a trip." "A trip?" he scoffed. "You didn't tell anyone. You just left. We had no idea where you were. We were on vacation, trying to relax, and we had to spend the whole time wondering if our mother was okay. Do you have any idea how much stress that caused?" I saw it then. He wasn't worried about me. He was angry that my actions had interrupted his peace of mind. He was angry that I had, for the first time in my life, not been exactly where he expected me to be. But before I could even answer, Elena stepped forward. Her face was pinched. The polite, sweet mask was completely gone. This was the woman I'd heard through the kitchen window. "Honestly, Regina," she said, and her voice was sharp. It was pretty selfish. There it was. The word. Selfish. "You knew we were leaving," she went on, her words like little ice picks. "You knew this was our one family vacation this year. And you pull a stunt like this? It was incredibly manipulative. You couldn't just talk to us. You had to make a big, dramatic scene and just leave. You really put a damper on our vacation, Regina. You ruined our vacation." She didn't use those exact words. Not yet, but she might as well have. "You put a damper on our vacation." My son and his wife were standing in my living room after uninviting me from their trip, blaming me for their bad time. Something inside me just clicked. It wasn't loud. It was a quiet, final click, like a lock falling into place. I looked at my son, my boy, the one I had protected, the one I had made excuses for, the one I had always put first. His face was angry, just angry at me, and I was done. I didn't yell. I didn't cry. My voice, when it came out, was so quiet, so steady, it surprised even me. "I'm tired," I said. They both just stared at me. That wasn't the response they wanted. They wanted me to cry, to apologize, to make excuses so they could be angry and then forgive me. I'm just tired, I said again, looking right into Bryant's eyes. I am so tired of being the one who always makes the effort. I'm tired of being the one who hosts every holiday, who watches every child, who remembers every birthday, and who never, ever gets so much as a thank you for it. Elena opened her mouth, probably to tell me that wasn't true, but I didn't let her. I am tired, I said, my voice getting a little stronger, of being overlooked and undervalued in my own family. I am tired of being treated like a piece of furniture, a very convenient, very reliable piece of furniture that you can just manage and handle. Elena's face went pale. She knew I'd hurt her. And I said, turning back to Bryant, am tired of being expected to be grateful for scraps of attention. I'm tired of being the obligation, the burden you all have to figure out. Mom, that's not. Bryant started, but his voice was weak now. The anger was fading, replaced by, oh, now he looked uncomfortable. That is what it is, Bryant. I said, I'm not stupid. I was just too polite to say it. Until now. I heard you, Elena, through the kitchen window. I heard you say I was work, that you'd be my babysitter. That's when I decided not to go. The silence in the room was absolute. They were both just stunned. You didn't want me on your vacation, I said. I wasn't accusing him. I was just stating a fact that had taken me 30 years to finally say out loud. You didn't want me. You just felt guilty for not inviting me. You were relieved when I gave you an easy out at dinner. And you were furious when I didn't just sit here quietly and wait for you to come home. I took a deep breath. It felt clean, like the first real breath I'd taken in years. I'm done. I'm done being responsible for everyone else's comfort. I'm done being the glue. I'm done smoothing things over. I looked at my son, the man I loved, the man who was staring at me like he'd never seen me before. You didn't want me on your vacation. And you know what? That's fine. But you don't get to be angry at me for it. You don't get to blame me because your trip was miserable. That is not my fault. My trip was wonderful. And I said the last part, the part that had been growing in me for 2 weeks, the part Marge had helped me find. Your guilt is not my problem anymore. After they left, I just stood there. My living room, which had been full of so much anger and tension, was suddenly silent. You'd think I would have been shaking or crying or immediately regretting what I'd said. But I wasn't. I just walked into the kitchen, my kitchen, and I made myself a cup of tea. I sat down at my little breakfast table, and I watched a cardinal at the bird feeder. I felt calm. That confrontation, saying all those things I'd held inside for 30 years. It wasn't easy, but it was necessary. I finally understood that I had allowed myself to be an afterthought for all this time. I'd been waiting for someone to give me permission to matter. And that day, I'd finally just given it to myself. The silence from their end was immediate and total. A full week went by. Not a text, not a call, not from Bryant, not from Elena. The old me would have been a wreck. I would have been pacing the floor, staring at the phone, convinced I had destroyed my family. I would have been rehearsing my apology. I'm sorry. I was just tired. I didn't mean it. But the old me was gone. I slept well that week. I worked in my garden. I finished that murder mystery I'd bought in Maine and started another. I wasn't afraid of being alone. I was just living. Then, on Saturday morning, the phone rang. It wasn't Bryant. It was Jillian. I knew, even before I picked it up, what this call was going to be. This was the second wave. Jillian, she's my peacemaker. She's the one who hates conflict. She's the one who just wants everyone to be happy, even if it's not a real happiness. I took a breath and answered, "Hello, dear. Mom." Her voice was small and tight, like she was about to cry. "Mom, what happened?" "What do you mean, Jillian?" I asked, keeping my voice level. "Bryant called me last night. Mom, he's a wreck," she said, and her voice was pleading. "He says you two had a huge fight. He said you told him you were done with him." "That's not exactly what I said, Jillian," I told her, looking out the window. "But he's so upset. And Elena is furious. She told me, well, she said you were just awful to them. Mom, you know how he is. He gets so worked up. He's your son. You know how he is." There it was. The family excuse. The little phrase that has run my life for decades. "You know how he is" meant you are the one who has to fix it. "You know how he is" meant his feelings are more important than yours. "Jillian," she went on, her voice getting desperate, it's tearing everything apart. It's so uncomfortable. Can't you just call him? Please? Just smooth it over. For me? Just keep the peace." This was it. This was the real test. It wasn't the big, angry confrontation. It was this, the quiet, pleading phone call from the daughter I love, asking me to go back to being the person everyone needed me to be, the person who always said, yes, just to keep the peace, the one who would sacrifice her own dignity just so everyone else could stop feeling uncomfortable. The old Regina would have caved. My heart would have broken for Jillian, and I would have sighed, and I would have said, "Oh, all right, dear. I'll call him. Don't you worry." But I just couldn't. Not anymore. I took a deep, steadying breath. "Jillian," I said, and my voice was so firm, but so kind. "I love you. You know I love you more than anything. I love you too, Mom. That's why I'm asking." "And the answer," I said, cutting her off gently, "is no." There was just dead silence on the other end of the line. I don't think she had ever, in her entire life, heard me say no about something like this. "No," she finally whispered. "No," I repeated. "I am not calling him, and I am not apologizing for telling the truth. Bryant and Elena came into my house, Jillian, my house, and they yelled at me. They blamed me for their miserable vacation, a vacation they made perfectly clear I was not wanted on. But Mom, he's your brother," I said, "and he's my son, but he is also a grown man, and I am done, Jillian, I am done being responsible for how he is. I am done managing his feelings. I am done being the family peacemaker just because everyone else is uncomfortable with the truth." I stood up from my table. I felt tall. "I love my children," I said, "but I am not going to be the family doormat anymore. I am not going to be the one who always has to smooth it over." I let that sink in. "He knows my number," I said. "Finally, he knows where I live. If he wants to talk to me, if he wants to apologize, he can call me. But I am not making that call. I am not fixing this for him. Not this time." Jillian didn't know what to say. I could hear her breathing. She wasn't angry. She was just lost. I had just taken away the family's fixer. "Oh," she said. "Okay, Mom, I guess I'll talk to you later. Then, I love you, dear." I said, "I love you too." I hung up the phone. My hands were shaking just a little. That was harder than the fight with Bryant. Saying no to my son's anger was one thing. Saying no to my daughter's plea, that was another. But I'd done it. I looked at my phone, sitting there on the counter. It was just a phone. It didn't have any power over me anymore. I had no idea what would happen next. I didn't know if Bryant would ever call, or if Elena would ever speak to me again. But as I stood there in my quiet, peaceful kitchen, I realized I was no longer afraid of that. I was learning to put myself first, and it felt good. I've had a few weeks now to just be, to live in this new reality I've created. After I hung up the phone with Jillian, the house was so quiet, but it wasn't the lonely, waiting for someone to need me quiet I'd lived in for 20 years. It was a settled quiet. It was peaceful. I had faced down the two biggest storms, my son's anger and my daughter's pleading, and I was still here. I hadn't crumbled. I've caused a storm. I know that. My neat and tidy family, the one I'd spent my whole life holding together with both hands, is, well, it's not neat and tidy right now. It's broken in a way. But I've learned something profound, something that took me 68 years to understand. This was never about not loving my children. My goodness, I love them so much it's a physical ache in my chest. I love Bryant. I love Jillian. I love Hannah. That was never, ever the question. The question was, how much of myself did I have to destroy to prove it? For my entire adult life, I believed that being a good mother was the same as being a martyr. I thought it meant my needs came last. Always. If I was tired, I had to push through. If I was hurt, I had to swallow it. If I was overlooked, well, that was just part of the job. I thought that saying yes over and over, no matter the cost, was just another way of saying, I love you. But it's not. Saying yes when your whole body and soul are screaming, no, that isn't love. It's just letting yourself disappear. It's letting yourself be erased, one tiny smooth it over at a time. I was so busy keeping the peace, I never stopped to ask if I was part of that peace. I wasn't. I was the price for it, and I'm just not willing to pay that anymore. This whole experience, my son and his wife saying I ruined their vacation, it was the wake-up call I never knew I needed. It was an earthquake. It shook my whole life down to the foundations. But, after the shaking stops, you get to see what's really standing. And I'm still standing. I've learned to say no. It's such a little two-letter word. But for me, it was the hardest one in the dictionary. It felt like a betrayal. It felt selfish. But when I said no to Jillian, I wasn't betraying her. I was, for the first time, being loyal to myself. Every time I say no to being the family doormat, I'm saying yes to Regina. I'm saying yes to my own peace. Yes to my own dignity. Yes to the woman who got lost somewhere back in the 1980s, buried under carpools and bake sales and endless, thankless holiday dinners. So what happens now? This isn't a movie. Bryant and Elena didn't show up on my doorstep a week later with a big bouquet of flowers, crying and apologizing. Bryant hasn't called. I haven't heard a single word from him since he stood in this living room and called me selfish. And here's the part that still surprises me. Even now, I'm okay with that. The old me would be a wreck. I'd be desperate. I'd be calling Jillian every day, whispering, "Have you heard from him? Is he still mad?" I'd be sick with guilt, convinced I'd destroyed my family. But I'm not. I'm sad. I'm truly, deeply sad that this is where we are. I'm sad that my son's love, it seems, was so conditional. But my life is not on hold. My peace is not dependent on his apology. I'm making plans. I signed up for that gardening class at the community center, the one I've been putting off for 3 years. I'm even thinking of going back to Maine in the fall to see the leaves change. I still hope he'll call. I'm his mother, and I'll always, always hope for that. But I'm not waiting for him to call. And there is a whole world of difference in that. This whole journey has made me wonder about all of you. Have you ever felt like that? Like you've given too much of yourself, piece by piece, only to look in the mirror one day and realize you've been taken for granted? How did you, or how are you, finally learning to take control of your own happiness? I would truly love to read your stories in the comments below. I'm learning that hearing other people's stories, it helps. It makes us all feel a little less alone in this. If my story, if what I went through resonated with you, or maybe made you think of a friend who needs to hear it, I would be so grateful if you'd share it. And please like this video. When you do, it helps other people, people just like us, find this little community we're building here. I hope you'll subscribe to the channel. In fact, there's another story ready for you to watch right after this. The house smelled like everything Christmas is supposed to. You know, that mix of roast turkey, fresh pine needles from the tree, and a little bit of cinnamon. My son, Clinton, and his wife, Tanya, always did Christmas right. Their home in Silver Springs, Maryland, was just beautiful, decorated like something out of a magazine. I'm Vanessa. I'm 68, and at that moment, all I wanted was a quiet, happy holiday with my only son. I was helping Tanya's mother, Carrie, carry some side dishes to the table. The dining room was full of laughter. Clinton was telling a story, and Tanya was laughing that big, bright laugh of hers. Everything felt normal, perfect, even. And that's when it happened. Carrie, a woman I'd always found to be a little quiet but perfectly pleasant, put her hand on my arm. Her grip was surprisingly strong. She wasn't looking at me, but at the happy couple at the end of the table. "Vanessa," she said, her voice barely a whisper, but so cold it cut right through the warmth of the room. "I need to speak with you. Privately." I was a little confused. "Oh, Carrie, can it wait? The turkey is about to be." "No," she said. Her eyes finally met mine, and they were filled with an urgency that, I'll be honest, it scared me. "Not in here. Meet me in the garage." Now, she didn't wait for an answer. She just turned and walked toward the kitchen, leaving me standing there with a bowl of mashed potatoes in my hands. A dozen things ran through my mind. Was she sick? Did she want to complain about the food? It just felt odd. I set the bowl down, gave Clinton a little wave he didn't see, and slipped out the door to the garage. The cold hit me instantly. It was a stark contrast to the warmth of the house. The garage was dim, lit by a single bare bulb, and smelled like gasoline and old boxes. Carrie was standing by a workbench, her arms crossed, not even looking at me. "Carrie, what on earth is going on?" I said, trying to keep my voice friendly. "You're scaring me." She finally turned. Her face was pale, and she looked like she hadn't slept in days. "I'm scared too," she said, and then she said the words that just, well, they changed my entire life in an instant. "My daughter doesn't deserve you," she said, her voice flat and dead. "And she doesn't deserve your son. You need to leave. You need to take Clinton and get away from her before she ruins your life, just like she ruined mine." I just stared. I think my mouth was open. This is her mother, her own flesh and blood. Mothers don't say things like that. Not about their own children. "Carrie, that's a terrible thing to say." I stammered. "Tanya is a wonderful girl. Clinton adores her. Is this some kind of joke? Do I look like I'm joking, Vanessa?" She reached into the large purse she had slung over her shoulder. I was expecting, I don't know, tissues? Maybe a bottle of wine. She pulled out a thick, worn manila envelope. "I've been carrying these for 6 months, she said, her hand shaking as she held the envelope out to me. "I've been praying for the courage to show you. I love my daughter. I do. But I can't. I can't watch her do this again." I took the envelope. It felt heavy. "What is this?" I asked. "Open it." I fumbled with the clasp and slid the papers out. And my blood it turned to ice. The first page had a letterhead, Silver Springs Police Department. The second one, a different precinct, Montgomery County. They were police reports. I don't understand," I whispered, but I was already reading. My eyes were scanning the pages, and words were just jumping out at me. Stalking, domestic dispute, harassment. There were names. A man named Ethan, another named Lucas. These were reports filed by men from Tanya's past. Men I had never even heard of. Ethan was her first husband. Carrie said quietly, watching me, he was a good man, good family, had a great job. She drained his bank accounts, and when he tried to leave, she accused him of hitting her. She ruined his reputation. He almost lost his job. I looked up, horrified. Lucas was after, she continued, her voice gaining a sharp edge. They dated for a year. When he tried to break it up, she wouldn't let him go. Stalking, following him to work. He had to get a restraining order. I felt sick. I had to lean against the workbench. This wasn't Tanya. This couldn't be the same woman who brought me flowers last week, the woman who was in there laughing with my son. She finds good men. Vanessa, Carrie said, taking a step closer. Kind men. Men like your Clinton. And she latches on. She drains them. Their money, their spirit. And when she's done, she destroys them so they can't fight back. Why? Why are you telling me this? I whispered. Because I'm her mother, Carrie said, and for the first time, I saw tears in her eyes. And I'm telling you, she's a monster. I've enabled her. I've cleaned up her messes. I've lied for her. I can't do it anymore. I'm giving you these. She pushed the envelope into my hands. What you do with them, that's on you. But I couldn't live with myself if I let another family be destroyed. I'm done. And just like that, she turned, opened the door, and walked back into the warmth and the light, as if she'd just gone to get a coat. I was left alone in that freezing garage, holding this poison. I could hear them. Through the door, I could hear Clinton laughing. I could hear her laughing. I had to go back in. I had to go back in there and sit at that table next to her, next to my son, and pretend I didn't know that the woman he loved was a predator. I stuffed the envelope into my purse, my hands shaking, so hard I could barely zip it. I took one deep, cold breath. I opened the door. The warmth and the laughter hit my face, and it felt like a slap. Tanya looked up as I came in. There you are, Vanessa. We were worried. Come on, sit down. Clinton's about to carve the turkey. She smiled at me, that big, bright, perfect smile. And I've never felt so cold in my entire life. I sat down at the table, my legs feeling a little weak. My purse, with that terrible, heavy envelope inside it, was on the floor by my feet. Tanya's smile, that's what I couldn't get out of my head. It was the same bright, wide, perfect smile she had given me when we first met. My mind just snapped back. 3 years ago, Clinton had been dating a girl named Sarah, a perfectly nice, quiet girl. But then he met Tanya, and it was like a light switch had been flipped. I remember him bringing her over for dinner. The first thing I noticed was her confidence. She walked right up to me, looked me dead in the eye, and held my hand with both of hers. Vanessa, she said, I have heard so much about you. Clinton says you're the best cook in Maryland, and I've been dying to try your lasagna. I was charmed. I mean, who wouldn't be? She wasn't shy. She wasn't just my son's girlfriend. She was a force. She was ambitious, worked in finance, and she asked me questions. She asked about my garden, about the books I was reading. She made me feel interesting. For an hour, I'd completely forgotten she was there to meet me. I felt like I was the one being interviewed, and I was passing her test. Looking back, I see it now. She wasn't listening. She was studying. Clinton was just glowing. I hadn't seen him that happy in years. He'd had a rough breakup before Sarah, and seeing him this in love, well, as a mother, that's all you want, isn't it? For your child to be happy. The romance was a blur. They were inseparable. Within 6 months, she had moved into his apartment. 6 months. I remember voicing a little concern. "Honey, isn't that a little fast?" I'd asked him on the phone. He just laughed, that easy laugh of his. "Mom, when you know, and I know. She's the one." How could I argue with that? What mother wants to be the one to burst that bubble? So I smiled, and I told him I was thrilled for him. I told myself I was being an old-fashioned, meddling mother. But then the little things started. Little things that, at the time, seemed like nothing. Clinton used to see his friends all the time. He and his friend Mark had been best friends since kindergarten, joined at the hip. Suddenly, he never saw Mark. "Oh, we're just busy, Mom," he'd say when I asked, and Tanya would jump in, always so smooth. "Mark is such a great guy, but honestly, he's still in that party phase. Clinton and I are building a future. He's just maturing. You get it, right, Vanessa?" And I did. Or I told myself I did. It made sense. It sounded like he was growing up, getting serious. Then it was the Sunday dinners. They used to be my one non-negotiable. Every Sunday, my house. After Tanya moved in, it became, "We'd love to, Vanessa, but we're just so swamped with getting the apartment set up." Then it was, "We're going to a work brunch with her boss." Then it was just silence, until I'd call, and they'd promise to try for next week. I told myself I was being silly. They were a young, successful couple. They lived in an expensive area. Of course they were busy. Of course their life was their own now. This was just intense modern love. They were in that bubble, and I just needed to let them be. I sat there at that Christmas dinner, the sound of silverware clinking against the plates, and I felt the turkey I'd just eaten turn to a cold, hard stone in my stomach. I was looking at Tanya, watching her laugh as she touched Clinton's arm, but I was seeing everything differently. Every one of those memories was replaying in my mind, but they were twisted now, tainted. That perfect first impression, that wasn't charm. That was a performance. Those plausible excuses that sounded so reasonable at the time, that was isolation. That maturity she was encouraging in him, that was control. The police reports in my purse weren't just about strangers named Ethan and Lucas. They were a script, a pattern. And my son was the star of the next show. The guilt, it was overwhelming. It washed over me in a hot, prickly wave. How could I, a 68-year-old woman, a mother who prided herself on her intuition, have been so completely and utterly fooled? I wasn't just blind. I had chosen not to see. I had helped her. Every time I told myself, "Don't be a meddling mother," I was just letting her sink her hooks deeper into my son. Every time I'd accepted one of her smooth excuses, I was basically handing her the scissors to cut him away from his friends, from me. I wasn't just a bystander. I felt complicit. I felt like I had not only left the front door unlocked, but I'd invited the monster in and served her a plate of lasagna, all because she had a nice smile and said all the right things. I looked at Clinton, so handsome and happy, as he raised his glass for a toast. I had to raise my own glass. I had to smile back at him and at her. And that smile, that lie, it was the hardest thing I've ever had to do. I knew, right then, that Christmas was over, and a war had just begun. That Christmas dinner was the longest meal of my life. I don't know how I did it. I smiled. I passed the green beans. I talked about the weather, but all I could feel was the weight of my purse by my feet. All I could see was Tanya, smiling, touching my son's hand, and all I could hear was Carrie's voice. "She's a monster." I must have been on autopilot when I left. I remember saying my goodbyes, giving Clinton a hug that probably lasted a little too long, and even giving Tanya a stiff, one-armed hug. "Merry Christmas," I'd said to her, and the words felt like ash in my mouth. The drive home was a blur. When I walked into my own quiet house, the contrast was so stark, I had to just stand in the hallway for a minute. My little tree was blinking in the corner. My own decorations felt simple and safe. I didn't even take my coat off. I went straight to the kitchen table, sat down, and pulled that manila envelope out of my purse. My hands were shaking. I told myself to be calm. I told myself that maybe, just maybe, I'd misunderstood. Maybe Carrie was just a vindictive, crazy mother. I pulled the papers out. The first report I read was about the man Carrie had named Ethan. He was listed as her ex-husband. The report was from 2018. It was a domestic dispute. I read his statement first. He claimed she had been siphoning money from their joint account for months, and when he confronted her, she'd flown into a rage. He said she'd hit him, scratched his face. He was worried she would try to harm herself or him. Then I read Tanya's statement from the same report. My blood ran cold. She claimed he was the one who was unstable. She said he'd attacked her, and she'd only defended herself. She said he was paranoid about money, and that she was afraid of him. The officer's note at the bottom was simple. Parties had conflicting stories. No arrests made. Advised parties to separate for the night. It was a classic, he said, she said. But Carrie's words from the garage came rushing back to me. She drained his bank accounts, and when he tried to leave, she accused him of hitting her. She ruined his reputation. She knew exactly what to say to the police. She knew how to play the victim. She had done it so well that the police just threw up their hands. I felt sick. I put that report down and picked up the next one. This was from 2017, a different man. Lucas. This one wasn't a dispute. It was a formal complaint for stalking. It wasn't just a single incident. It was a log, a detailed, terrifying log. Over 50 phone calls in one night, dozens of text messages, starting with, "I love you, please call me," and escalating to things I don't even want to repeat. But it got worse. He stated she had shown up at his office building, telling the security guard she was his fiancée, and that there was a family emergency. She'd gotten up to his floor and had to be escorted out by security. He claimed she had even called his boss, telling him that Lucas was unstable and on drugs. This was the part that made me put the paper down. Carrie's voice again, echoing in my quiet kitchen. He nearly lost his job. This wasn't passion. This wasn't a bad breakup. This was a cold, calculated campaign to destroy someone. This was exactly what Carrie had said. She is a parasite, Vanessa. I heard her voice as clearly as if she were standing next to me. She finds a good, kind man, a man with a good family, a good job, a man like your Clinton, and she latches on. She isolates them, makes them think she's the only one in the world who understands them. She drains them, their money, their spirit, and when she's done or when they try to pull away, she destroys them on the way out, so she's the only one who looks like a victim. I looked at the reports, spread out on my kitchen table like a hand of poison lace cards. This was real. This wasn't a bitter mother. This was a warning, a desperate, last-ditch warning from a woman who had seen this happen before. And then I remembered the last thing she'd said to me, the part I'd almost forgotten. She will not stop until she has destroyed every part of Clinton's life, and she'll try to destroy you for getting in her way. Me. She was warning me, too. It hit me then. This whole problem, it had just changed. My first thought, my gut reaction, was to run back to Clinton's house, to throw these papers in his face, and yell, Look what you married. But I stopped. I stopped. I could see his face. I could see the confusion, the hurt, and I could see her right beside him, holding his hand, looking at me with those big, innocent eyes. Vanessa, why are you doing this? Why are you trying to hurt us? This is my crazy, estranged mother. She's always hated me. And these are just lies from angry ex-boyfriends. I can't believe you would bring this into our home. On Christmas, I could hear her saying it. I could see Clinton, torn, looking at me, his mother, and looking at his wife, and choosing her. He would choose her. He wouldn't see a predator. He would see a victim. He wouldn't see me as a rescuer. He would see me as a jealous, meddling, cruel old woman. I would lose my son. Forever. I sat there at my kitchen table in the early hours of the morning after Christmas, and I knew the truth. I knew Tanya was a monster, but that wasn't the problem anymore. The problem was I was the only one who knew, and I was holding evidence that my own son would refuse to believe. How do I save him? I whispered to the empty room. How do I save my son when he's under her spell? How do I get him to see the truth without destroying my relationship with him forever? I didn't have an answer. I just knew I couldn't be clumsy. I couldn't be the angry mother. I had to be smart. I didn't know what I had to be. I was just a 68-year-old mother, and I was terrified, and I was completely, utterly alone in this. I stood there in my quiet kitchen for what must have been an hour, just staring at those police reports on my table. The sun was starting to come up, giving the room that cold, gray light of a morning after Christmas. My first instinct, the only thing I wanted to do, was to be a mother. A mama bear, you know? I wanted to get in my car, drive back to Clinton's house, bang on the door, and physically pull him out of there. I wanted to shake him and shout, "What are you doing? Can't you see? You're in danger." But I just stood there, frozen, because my brain, the logical part of me, started to play a little movie. It played out exactly what would happen if I did that. I'd show up at his door, frantic, my face red, coat half on, waving that manila envelope. He'd open the door, confused. "Mom, what's wrong?" It's 7 a.m. Tanya would be right behind him, in her silk robe, looking concerned. "Vanessa, is everything okay?" And I'd push past him. "Clinton, you need to see these. You need to see what she is." And what would Tanya do? She's not stupid. She wouldn't scream. She wouldn't fight. She'd burst into tears. She'd look at Clinton, her eyes wide with this perfect, practiced betrayal. "Honey, what is this?" "Oh, no." She talked to my mother, didn't she? I told you my mother was unstable. I told you she was vindictive." And she turned to me, tears streaming down her face. "Vanessa, how could you? Those are my ex-boyfriends. Men who hurt me. One of them was my abusive ex-husband. The other one stalked me. And you're using my deepest trauma against me on the day after Christmas." I could see the whole scene, clear as day. And Clinton, my son, my kind, good, wonderful son, who has always been a protector, he would wrap his arm around her. He would turn to me, and his face wouldn't be filled with understanding. It would be filled with disappointment and anger. "Mom," he'd say, his voice low and cold, "what is wrong with you? This is her past. This is her pain. And you're bringing it here, like this? You're listening to her crazy mother. I think you need to leave. I can't believe you're doing this." And in that moment, I'd be the monster. She'd have him. She would have won. She would use my clumsy, frantic rescue as the final, absolute proof that I was the jealous, toxic mother-in-law. "You see, baby," she'd say to him later, I told you she was trying to break us up. Now you see it, don't you?" And he would. He'd believe her. I would lose my son. I wouldn't just be cut off for a while. It would be the end. She would make sure of it. She would use my love for him as a weapon against me. And I'd have been the one to hand it to her. I sat back down at the table, the adrenaline gone, just this cold, heavy dread in its place. Those police reports, they were everything. And they were nothing. They were everything to me. They were the truth. But to Clinton, they were worse than useless. They were just words on paper, words from angry exes and a crazy mother, words that Tanya, his beautiful, charming wife, could twist and turn into a story of her own victimhood. Carrie's evidence was my warning, but it could not be my weapon. I knew, in that cold kitchen, that this was not going to be a quick, dramatic rescue. This was a war I couldn't even admit I was fighting. I needed something else. I needed proof that wasn't from 3 years ago. I needed something that wasn't from a stranger. I needed something new, something personal, something irrefutable. I needed something that Clinton could see with his own eyes or hear with his own ears, something that she couldn't twist. I needed to catch the real Tanya, the one Carrie warned me about in the act. And to do that, I couldn't be a frantic mama bear. I had to be patient. I had to be watchful. And I had to be a whole lot smarter than I'd been so far. I stood up, my body aching like I'd run a marathon. I gathered those police reports. I didn't throw them away. I walked into my little den, pulled open the bottom drawer of my filing cabinet, and I put that manila envelope right at the bottom, underneath my old tax returns from the 90s. I closed the drawer. They were my secret, my terrible, heavy secret. They were my why. Now, I just had to figure out the how. I had to just go on. Be Mom. Be Vanessa. I had to smile, and I had to wait. I had to wait for her to slip up. And I promised myself in that quiet, empty house, next time, I'd be ready. Next time, my eyes would be wide open. I spent the next 2 weeks living a lie. On the surface, everything was normal. I was just Mom. I called Clinton to see how his week was going. I asked about the big project at his firm. I even had a 5-minute, perfectly pleasant phone call with Tanya about a new rose bush I was thinking of planting. Every single word out of my mouth felt fake. My stomach was in a permanent, tight knot. Every time I heard her cheerful, easygoing voice on the phone, all I could hear was Carrie's warning. She's a parasite. Every time Clinton said, "Things are great, Mom," I wanted to scream, "No, they're not." But I didn't. I just waited. I watched. And I saw nothing. She was flawless. She was the perfect, busy, supportive wife. There were no slips. There were no cracks. I started to feel crazy. Maybe Carrie was just a bitter mother. Maybe I was the one making this all up in my head. But then I'd look at that bottom drawer in my filing cabinet. I knew what was in there. I realized after 2 weeks of this that she was never going to slip up. Not where I could see. She was too smart. She was a professional. If I just waited for her to make a mistake, I'd be waiting until she had already drained my son and moved on. I had to do something. I couldn't just sit and watch. I had to poke the bear. Just a little. Not to start a fight, but to see how deep this control really went. I devised a small plan. It felt manipulative, if I'm being honest, and I hated that, but I didn't know what else to do. I invited them over for dinner. Not a big holiday, just a simple Saturday night roast chicken. I needed it to feel safe, casual. My plan was simple. I wasn't going to mention her mother. I wasn't going to talk about money or ex-husbands. I was just going to mention Clinton's best friend, Mark. Mark was like a second son to me. He and Clinton had been joined at the hip since kindergarten. They were the ones who broke my window with a baseball. They were the ones who went on their first double date together. Inseparable. And in the last year, since Tanya had become a permanent fixture, Mark was just gone. I'd actually run into his mother, Brenda, at the grocery store. That part was true. And she had mentioned that Mark was having a barbecue next weekend. That was my opening. That was my test. Dinner started off perfectly, almost too perfectly. Tanya loved the chicken. She asked Clinton about his day, hanging on his every word. She was funny. She was bright. She even jumped up to help me clear the plates. "Oh, Vanessa, you sit down," she said, that bright smile in place. "You've done everything. Let me handle this." She was the picture of the perfect daughter-in-law. My stomach turned. This was it. "You know," I said as casually as I could while I got the dessert out of the fridge. "I ran into Brenda at the store on Thursday. Mark's mom." I was watching Clinton. His face lit up just a little. "Oh, yeah? How is she? I haven't talked to her in a while." "She's great," I said, putting the pie on the counter. "She was saying Mark is having a little barbecue next weekend. Just some of the old neighborhood gang. She made a point to say how much they've missed you." I turned, pie in hand, and looked at them both. I gave them my most gentle, hopeful smile. "She specifically asked if you two would come. It sounds so lovely. I know you've both been working so hard. Maybe it would be nice to just relax and see your old friends." I looked right at Tanya when I said it. "What do you think, Tanya? It could be fun." I was ready for an excuse. "Oh, we're busy. We have a work thing." I was even ready for a little flash of annoyance in her eyes. I got neither. Tanya, she didn't get angry. She didn't get defensive. She just deflated. Her smile faded. She looked down at the table. She put her fork down on her napkin. She let out the softest, saddest little sigh. Then she reached across the table and put her hand on top of Clinton's. "Oh, honey," she said, her voice just above a whisper. It was so full of, was that pain? That is so sweet of Brenda to think of us. Clinton, who had been looking at me with a spark of interest, immediately turned to her. His whole face changed. "What's wrong, T?" he asked, his voice low and concerned. She looked up at him, and then she glanced at me just for a second with these big, watery, wounded eyes. "It's just, Vanessa," she said, her voice so fragile. "You know Mark has never really supported our relationship." I was stunned. "What? Tanya, that's not true. Mark adores Clinton." "I know he loves Clinton," she said, and she actually gave my hand a little sad pat, like I was the one who didn't understand. "But he told Clinton I was moving too fast from the very beginning. He said I was too ambitious for him. He's just never liked me. He's never given me a chance." She turned her full attention back to Clinton, her thumb rubbing circles on the back of his hand. "And it's okay. It really, really is. I've made my peace with it. I have. But it's just so hurtful when people, try to push us at people who just want to tear us apart. It feels like they're trying to prove some kind of point." I couldn't speak. I was watching a performance worthy of an Oscar. Clinton pulled his hand away from her and wrapped his entire arm around her shoulder, pulling her into his side. He was looking at me, and his face, it wasn't the red-hot anger I had pictured in the kitchen that night. It was so much worse. It was cold, hard disappointment. "Mom," he said, and his voice was sharp, "why are you doing this? Mark hasn't returned my calls in 6 months. We're not in that place anymore. And he was rude to Tanya. I told you that. Had he? I had absolutely no memory of that. Had she told him that? Or had she twisted some long-ago memory to fit her story? I didn't mean to." I stammered. "We are happy, Mom," he said, cutting me right off. His voice was like a wall. "We are building a life. Why can't you just support that? Why do you keep bringing up people from the past who clearly don't want us to be happy?" He turned his back to me, physically turning to comfort Tanya. "Hey, it's okay. Don't listen to it. It's fine." He was comforting her from me. I had walked right into her trap. I'd wanted to poke the bear, but the bear had just sat there, looking sad and wounded, and my son had jumped in to protect it. I felt not just horrified, I felt stupid. I was a 68-year-old woman, and this girl, this child, she had just run circles around me in my own dining room without ever raising her voice. She had taken my little test, twisted it, and made me the villain. She had just proven to Clinton, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that she was the loving, supportive partner, and I was the meddling, troublemaking mother-in-law. The rest of dinner was awful. The silence was thick and cold. They left early. At the door, Tanya, of course, was the gracious one. She gave me a hug. "No hard feelings, Vanessa," she whispered, her voice full of that fake, sweet forgiveness. "I know you meant well." I just nodded. I couldn't speak. I closed the door behind them and leaned my head against the wood. I hadn't just been blocked. I'd been beaten. She had put me in my place. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, she knew I was a threat. She hadn't just deflected my little test. She had just sent me a very clear message. I'm in control. He is mine. And you'd better back off. The game had just changed, and I was terrified of what she was going to do next. After that night, after that disastrous dinner, the silence from my son was deafening. He didn't call. When I sent him my usual just checking in text, I got a one-word reply. Fine. He was angry. And Tanya, I knew she was on the other side of that, whispering in his ear. "See, I told you. She's trying to cause problems." I had played right into her hands, and now I had been put in a timeout just like a naughty child. I was cut off. The wall she had been building brick by brick for 3 years was now complete, and I was on the outside of it. I spent 3 days just grieving. I walked around my house in a fog. I had not only failed to help my son, I had pushed him further away, further into her arms. Then, on the 4th day, my phone rang. It was Tanya. My hand actually shook. I almost didn't answer, but I knew I had to. If I rejected her call, it would just be more proof that I was the problem. I took a breath and picked up. "Hello, Tanya." Her voice, it was like butter. So warm, so cheerful, as if nothing had ever happened. "Vanessa, hi. I was just calling to see how you were. We felt so bad about how dinner ended the other night. I think we were all just a little stressed." I had to close my eyes. She was that good. She was taking the high road. She was the peacemaker. "Oh, it's fine, dear," I said, my voice sounding strained. "Good, because Clinton and I were just saying, we haven't had you over to our place in ages. Why don't you come by this afternoon? Just for coffee? No big dinner, no stress. Just us." It was a command dressed up as an invitation. She was pulling my leash just to see if I'd come. And I absolutely knew that I had to go, and I had to smile. I had to get back in. "That sounds lovely, Tanya," I said. "What time?" I showed up at their door at 2:00. My heart was pounding so hard I was afraid she'd hear it. Clinton gave me a stiff hug at the door. "Hey, Mom." "Hi, honey." Tanya, of course, was all smiles. "Vanessa, so glad you could make it. Come on in. I just made a fresh pot of coffee." The air in their living room was thick with all the things we weren't saying. I sat on their expensive sofa, my purse on my lap, feeling like I was in an enemy's camp. "I'll be right back," Tanya said, smiling. "I just have to grab the cream from the kitchen." Clinton's phone buzzed in his pocket. "Ugh, sorry, Mom," he said, pulling it out. "It's my boss. I have to take this. I'll be in the office." He walked down the hall, and just like that, I was alone in the living room. I just sat there, my hands clutched around my purse, listening to the clock tick. And then I saw it. On the coffee table, next to a stack of magazines, was Tanya's phone. She must have been texting right before I arrived, because she hadn't just set it down, she'd left it unlocked. The screen was still on. I wasn't trying to snoop. I promise you, I wasn't. My eyes just went there. It was a text message conversation, open on the screen. The name at the top just said, SIS. Her sister. My eyes just scanned the last message she had sent. I read it, and the world it stopped. He's completely under my control. A little bit longer, and we'll have everything we need. I read it again. He's completely under my control. A little bit longer, and we'll have everything we need. My breath it left my body. I couldn't breathe. It wasn't just, I love him. It wasn't, your mom is annoying me. It was under my control. And everything we need. Need. Not want. Need. This wasn't a marriage. It was a plan. A financial plan. This was an operation. All those pieces. Carrie's warning, the police reports about draining her ex-husband's money, the stalking, the isolation, it all just crashed together in my head. This was the proof. This was the smoking gun. This was the thing I said I needed. And it was so much worse than I ever could have imagined. Here we go. I jumped, my heart flying into my throat. Tanya was walking back in, holding a tray, with coffee mugs. I snapped my head up. I must have looked like a ghost. Vanessa, are you okay? She asked, her brow furrowing with that fake concern. You look like you've seen a ghost. Oh, I said, my voice coming out as a squeak. No, I think I'm just a little lightheaded. I fumbled for my purse, standing up on legs that felt like jelly. You know, I'm so sorry. I think I just remembered. I have a prescription I need to pick up before the pharmacy closes. I'm so sorry. I have to go. She just stared at me. She knew. She knew I was lying. She glanced at her phone, still lit up on the table. But she couldn't call me out. Not without admitting what was on it. We were frozen, just staring at each other. Oh, she said, her voice a little colder now. Well, that's a shame. I'll tell Clinton you said goodbye. I was out the door. I don't remember walking to my car. I don't remember starting the engine. All I remember is sitting at a red light, shaking so hard I couldn't hold the steering wheel. He's completely under my control. This wasn't a bad relationship. This wasn't a manipulative wife. This was a con artist. I got home. I fumbled with my keys. I locked the door behind me. And I broke. I slid down the wall in my entryway and I sobbed. I cried for my son. I cried because I was so stupid. I cried because I was so terrified. What do I do? What do I do? I couldn't call Clinton. He wouldn't believe me. He'd say I was lying, that I'd snooped. I couldn't call the police. I saw a text message. They'd laugh at me. I was alone, and I was breaking. I pulled out my phone. My hands were shaking. I scrolled through my contacts. Not Clinton. Not my friends. They wouldn't understand. Jill, my daughter. My smart, level-headed daughter who lives in Chicago. I pressed the button. She picked up on the second ring. Hey, Mom, what's up? Jill. I whispered, and my voice it cracked. I started crying all over again. Mom, what's wrong? You're scaring me. It all came out. All of it. In this hysterical, rambling flood. Christmas. Carrie, the police reports. Ethan. Lucas, the stalking. I tried to test her. Jill, the dinner with Mark. She turned him against me. And today, at their house, her phone. Mom, slow down. Jill's voice was sharp, and it cut through my panic. Breathe. Tell me again. What happened today? What about her phone? I took a deep, shuddering breath. I saw I saw a text, Jill, from her to her sister. It was open on the table. What did it say, Mom? Exactly. I told her. It said, he's completely under my control. A little bit longer, and we'll have everything we need. There was just silence on the other end of the line. For 5 long seconds. Oh my God, Mom, Jill said, and her voice was no longer casual. It was cold. It was scared. What do I do, Jill? I whispered. I don't know what to do. Mom, she said, her voice firm. I need you to listen to me. This isn't a bad relationship. You're not just a meddling mother-in-law. This is a con artist. The same word that had popped into my head. Hearing my daughter say it, it made it real. A con artist? Yes. Look at the pattern. The police reports for financial abuse. The isolation from his friends. And now a text about getting everything she needs. Mom, this is a plan. This is what predators do. This is financial abuse. It's beyond family drama. This is criminal. I was just numb. She was right. I can't show him the text. I stammered. He'll hate me for snooping. I know, Jill said, thinking fast. I know. You can't just tell him. Mom, this is out of our league. You need a lawyer. A lawyer, I said, my voice small. Jill, I can't sue my son. No, not to sue him, she said, her voice urgent. To protect him. You need legal advice. You need to know what your options are. You need to know if what she's doing is illegal. How to document this. What if she's forging his name on things? What if she's opening credit cards? You don't know. I hadn't even thought of that. Mom, Jill said, and her voice was dead serious. You can't just be Mom anymore. You need to be smart. You need to call a lawyer. Tomorrow. I didn't sleep that night. Not 1 minute. I just sat on my sofa, in the dark, staring at the phone in my hand. Jill's words just kept echoing in my head. Con artist. Lawyer. It felt so cold, so extreme. Lawyers were for divorces, for car accidents, for wills. They weren't for your own son's marriage. But that text message, he's completely under my control. A little bit longer, and we'll have everything we need. That wasn't a marriage. That wasn't love. Jill was right. That was a business plan. The next morning, I didn't call my usual family lawyer, the one who'd handled my husband's will. It felt too close, too personal. I went online, and I found a woman, a lawyer named Mrs. Davis, whose office was in a small, brick building on the other side of town. Her website said family law and domestic disputes. It didn't feel like a big corporate firm. It felt safer. Somehow, I sat in her waiting room, my hands clutching my purse, feeling like I was going to be sick. I felt foolish. I felt like a crazy, meddling old woman about to waste this professional's time with my feelings. When she called me in, I just told her everything. I told her about that awful cold night in the garage at Christmas. I told her about Carrie, Tanya's own mother, giving me that warning. I told her about the police reports, the ones I had hidden in my filing cabinet. I told her about the stalking and the ex-husband, Ethan, and the accusations of financial ruin. I told her about my failed test, the dinner with Mark, and how Tanya had twisted it, painting me as the villain. And then, my voice barely a whisper, I told her about the text message I'd seen on the coffee table. I finished, and I just sat there, waiting for her to, I don't know, to pat my hand and tell me to just try and talk to my son. She didn't. She just sat there, looking at me, her expression, it wasn't sympathetic. It was angry. She folded her hands on her desk. Mrs. Harper, she said, and her voice was so firm it made me sit up straight. I need you to understand something, right now. You are not a meddling mother-in-law. You are a witness. That word, witness, it just hit me so hard. Let's be very clear, she said, pulling out a yellow legal pad. Given the documented history, the prior police reports showing a pattern, and this text message, which you saw with your own eyes, your son is not in a bad relationship. He is the target of a financial predator. She said it so plainly. Predator. This is classic coercive control. Mrs. Harper, she went on, and I just listened. She isolated him from his friends. She's isolated him from you. She has established a pattern of being the victim in every scenario. And now she has referenced a financial endgame. Everything we need is not an emotional statement. That is a goal. I don't know what to do, I whispered. He won't believe me. Of course he won't, she said, not unkindly. He's the victim. He's been manipulated for years. You can't just show him a light and expect him to see. It doesn't work that way. She leaned forward. So, here's what you need to know. We are not just documenting things. We are, from this moment, building a case to protect him, to protect his assets, to protect his future. Because when she decides she has everything she needs, she will move on. And just like she did with those other men, she will try to destroy your son's reputation on her way out. We have to be ready. She gave me a list of things. Find out if his name is on the house alone. Is his bank account joint? And then she said the words that just chilled me to the bone. This isn't family drama anymore, Mrs. Harper. This is an extraction. An extraction, like my son was in a cult or a hostage situation. I walked out of that office into the bright afternoon sun, and I felt validated, and I felt sicker than I've ever been in my life. I sat in my car in the parking lot for, I don't know how long, an hour, maybe. The lawyer was right, but I was still stuck. I had no proof. The police reports were old. Carrie was a crazy, estranged mother. The text message, I'd seen it, but I didn't have it. It was still just my word against hers, and her word to Clinton was gospel. Mine was just noise. I was at a complete and total dead end. I had all this information, all this truth, and it was useless. How do you prove what a master manipulator is doing? How do you show someone a mask when the mask is glued on so tight? She did it with her words, with her tone, with that sweet, reasonable, patient, fake voice that twisted everything. And then I looked down at my phone in my lap, my smartphone, the one Jill had insisted I get. It had that little voice memos app. It's just for remembering your grocery list, Mom. She'd said, I knew Tanya would call. After I'd run out of her house like that, she'd be in full-on damage control mode. She would have to. She'd call to check on me or to apologize for any misunderstanding. She'd call to spin her web, to make sure I was still under her thumb. I went home. I sat at my kitchen table. I just waited. Sure enough, at 5 o'clock, just as I knew it would, my phone rang. The name on the screen, it seemed to glow. Tanya. My heart was trying to get out of my chest. My hands were shaking. I looked at that little voice memos app. It was one button, just one button. But could I do that? Secretly record my son's wife? I felt disgusting. This was something terrible. This was something you don't do. This was a betrayal. This was low. Was I stooping to her level? Was I becoming a spy? A person who tapes their own family? My thumb was just hovering over the screen. But then I heard the lawyer's voice. Extraction. I saw Carrie's face in that cold, dark garage. She will destroy him. And I saw that text message, clear as day in my mind, completely under my control. The phone rang again, a second time. I took a deep breath. I pressed the red record button on the app. And then I pressed the green answer button on the call. My voice was shaky. Hello, Tanya. And I just have to ask you, sitting here telling you all this, what would you have done? Would you have pressed that button? I still don't know if I was right, but I did it. When I hung up the phone, I couldn't move. My hand was frozen. I sat there at my kitchen table, staring at my phone. It was recording. It was all on there. Her voice, it had been so sweet at first. That buttery, concerned, fake voice. Vanessa, I was so worried when you ran out. Is everything okay? You've been acting so strangely. And I had played the part. I don't know where I found the strength, but I did. I played the weak, confused, crazy old woman she thought I was. Oh, Tanya, I'd said, my voice trembling, which wasn't hard. I'm just so worried. About Clinton. About his money. I just want to make sure he's okay. And she had laughed. It wasn't a real laugh. It was a little puff of air. A condescending, you're an idiot laugh. Oh, Vanessa, she'd said, and her voice had turned cold and bored, like she was talking to a child. You really don't need to worry about that. I am handling all of Clinton's finances now. He's not good with money. He's too emotional. It's better this way. I had just stayed silent, and she kept talking. Honestly, she'd said, her voice full of that smugness. You should be thanking me. I've fixed all his bad investments. In a few years, he'll be completely set for life. And so will I. So, you just stay out of it. You're just confusing him. I had it. I had the text message, which was my why. I had the police reports, which were her past. And now, I had her. I had her voice, in her own words, confirming the entire ugly plan. It was the final piece. The lawyer had called it an extraction, and I knew this was my only chance. But I knew I couldn't just show this to Clinton. I couldn't just play it for him. He'd still be angry. He'd be furious at me. You recorded my wife, Mom. You set her up. That's entrapment. That's disgusting. He'd still find a way to make her the victim. No, he couldn't just hear it. He had to see it. He had to see the mask come off with his own eyes. So I set the trap. It was the hardest phone call I've ever had to make. I called Clinton, and I just cried. Mom, what's wrong? Clinton, I sobbed. I think I'm having a breakdown. I'm so confused. I'm not thinking straight. I think I'm ruining everything. Mom, what are you talking about? He sounded scared. Scared for me. I said, I've done terrible things. I just let it all out. I've been awful to Tanya. I think I'm just jealous. And I need to fix it. I need to apologize. To both of you. Can you just please come over? Please? I just need to clear the air. Yeah, Mom. Yeah, of course. He'd said, his voice full of concern. We'll be right there. I hung up. I knew they'd come. He'd come because he was worried. She'd come because she'd want to see it. She'd want to be there for my surrender. She'd want to sit there, holding Clinton's hand, as the crazy old woman, finally admitted defeat. I sat in my living room. I put my phone on the coffee table. I didn't hide the police reports. I put that manila envelope right on the table next to my phone. And I waited. They walked in 20 minutes later. Clinton looked worried, his arm around Tanya. Tanya had that sad, sympathetic smile on her face. The one I'd seen in my dining room. Mom, Clinton said, rushing over. What's wrong? Are you sick? Vanessa, Tanya said, her voice so soft and kind. It's okay. We're not angry. We're just worried about you. Sit down, I said. My voice was surprisingly steady. Please, both of you, sit on the sofa. They sat. Clinton leaned forward, his hands clasped. Mom, you're scaring us. I have to show you something, I said. I know you're angry, Clinton, but I have to start at the beginning. I picked up the manila envelope. At Christmas, Carrie, Tanya's mother, she gave me these. I saw Tanya's face tighten. The concern, it just vanished. Oh, Clinton, she said, sighing, rolling her eyes. This again. Your mother she's obsessed with my estranged, sick mother. She's not well. Mom, Clinton said, his voice sharp. Don't. We're here because we're worried about you. Why are you bringing this trauma up again? Because it's the truth, I said, my voice calm. This is a police report about her ex-husband, Ethan, and this one is about a man named Lucas. Tanya just laughed. Oh my God, she said, looking at Clinton. Baby, she's lost it. This is pathetic. Vanessa, you're a crazy, jealous old woman. You're sick. Clinton, your mom is sick. She's right, Mom, Clinton said, standing up. This is not okay. We're going. You're right, I said. They both stopped. You're right, Clinton, I said, looking right at him. It's just paper. It's just my word against hers. It's just trauma. It's just my crazy, estranged mother's lies. I looked at Tanya, and I saw a text message on your phone. The one that said, he's completely under my control. But you'd just say I was snooping. You'd say I was a liar. Clinton's face was just confused. Mom, you're not making any sense. So, I said, my hand going to my phone, right on the coffee table. I just needed to hear it from Tanya herself. Tanya's eyes, they just snapped to my phone. I just needed to know if I was really confusing you, Clinton, I said, and I pressed play. My voice came out first. I'm just so worried about Clinton, about his money. And then hers, that cold, clear, condescending laugh. I am handling all of Clinton's finances now. He's just not good with money. He's too emotional. It's just better this way. The room was completely silent. I watched Clinton's face. He wasn't looking at me. He wasn't looking at the phone. He was just staring at his wife. His arm was still on the back of the sofa, but it was frozen. In a few years, he'll be completely set for life, and so will I. Clinton's mouth was open. He just didn't move. So, you just stay out of it. You're just confusing him. The recording stopped. The silence in the room was so loud. And Tanya, her face, the mask, it wasn't just cracked. It was gone. The concern was gone. The sweetness was gone. Her eyes, which were always so wide and bright and fake, they were just pinpricks. They were black, and they were filled with a rage that made me stop breathing. Tanya, Clinton whispered. His voice was a child's voice. What is that? She didn't answer him. She wasn't looking at him. She was just staring at me. She made a sound. It wasn't a word. It was a hiss, like an animal. And then she moved. She didn't get up. She lunged. She lunged across the coffee table, like a panther. She wasn't just angry. She was violent. She was trying to get to the phone. She was trying to get to me. She screamed it. It wasn't even a word. It was just a shriek of hatred. You OB*TCH. You're dead. Give me that. She was on me. She was clawing at my hands. She was trying to get the phone. She knocked the lamp off the end table. A picture frame, my wedding picture, it just crashed to the floor. I was just holding on to the phone. Tanya! Stop. It was Clinton. His voice, it wasn't a whisper anymore. It was a roar. He grabbed her. He physically yanked her off of me. He pulled her back, holding her by the arms. And she wasn't crying. She wasn't sorry. She was fighting him. She was trying to get past him. Let me go. Let me go. She recorded me. You let me go. I'll kill her. And Clinton, he was just holding her. And he was looking at her. He wasn't confused anymore. He wasn't concerned. His face was just broken. He was looking at this stranger, this screaming, clawing, raging in our living room. He wasn't looking at his wife. He was seeing, for the first time, he was finally seeing her. He was seeing the real Tanya. The spell didn't just break. It shattered. That awful, violent moment just hung in the air. The sound of the lamp crashing, her shriek, my wedding picture shattering on the floor. Tanya was frozen, her hand still clawed in the air, her face twisted into a mask of pure hatred I will see in my nightmares until the day I die. Clinton was just holding her. He was staring at her face, this close, and seeing her, really seeing her for the very first time. The rage on her face it flickered. It was replaced by a quick, desperate panic. She knew the mask hadn't just slipped, it had been ripped off. Clinton let go of her arms. He didn't push her. He just let go. She stumbled back. Clinton, she tried, her voice suddenly switching back to that fake, watery victim mode. Baby, she trapped me. She's lying. Get out. His voice was, I'd never heard it before. It was dead. All the warmth, all the love, all the life, it was just gone. What? She stammered, the fake tears stopping instantly. Get your things, he said, not looking at me, just looking right through her. Get your purse. And get out of this house. You can't. She started, and her voice began to rise again. You can't be serious. You're choosing her? This crazy old woman who just illegally recorded me. He didn't argue. He didn't yell. He just walked to the front door of my house, opened it, and stood there, holding it open, looking at the street. Get out. Now. And in that moment, she knew. The game was over. She had lost. That night was just the beginning. The next 3 months were a different kind of hell. My lawyer, Mrs. Davis, had been right to call it an extraction. The legal battle was brutal. Tanya, it turned out, was not going to go quietly. She tried everything. She told her lawyers that Clinton was abusive. She told them I was a vindictive, unstable mother-in-law who was obsessed with her. She tried to say the recording was an illegal trap, that she'd been goaded. She tried to say she was entitled to half of everything, the house, his savings, his retirement. But this time, her stories didn't work. Because this time, we were ready. We had Carrie's warning. We had the police reports from Ethan and Lucas, which showed her pattern. We had the lawyer who knew exactly what this was. And we had my awful secret recording. The lawyers used it not just to show her temper, but to prove coercive control and financial intent. And once the spell was broken, Clinton, he started to see. He went through their home computer. He found the files, the spreadsheets, the plans she'd had, the accounts she'd tried to open in his name. It was all there, just as she'd said in the text. Everything we need. She fought. She screamed. She lied in depositions. In the end, she lost. She walked out of that final hearing with nothing but what she'd come into the marriage with. She didn't get the house. She didn't get everything she needed. She was just gone. I wish I could tell you we celebrated. I wish I could tell you Clinton and I hugged and everything went back to normal. But it doesn't. Life doesn't just go back. My son is free, but he's broken. He's not the same man he was. He's so much quieter now. He's embarrassed. He's not just mourning the end of a marriage. He's mourning a person who never, ever existed. He's having to come to terms with the fact that his entire life for the last 3 years was a lie, a performance. And our relationship, his and mine, it's strained. He's grateful. I know he is. But he's also humiliated. He's humiliated that I saw it, and he didn't. He's humiliated that his 68-year-old mother had to come in and, and, and save him. I'm the person who saw him at his weakest. I'm the person who saw the real Tanya. And sometimes he looks at me and I know he's remembering that awful night. That awful, screaming woman in my living room. We're healing, I think. But it's a new place. A new, painful, and very honest foundation. There's no more pretending, at least. But I think about it. I think about it every single day. I think about that moment in my kitchen when her name popped up on my phone. I think about my hand shaking as it hovered over that record button, that awful, morally gray, terrible decision. And I just have to ask you, did I do the right thing? I ask myself that every night. Was it my place? By recording her, did I stoop to her level? Or was I just a mother, doing the only thing I could do to save my child from a predator? What would you have done if you were in my shoes? Tell me in the comments, because I honestly still struggle with it. This whole story, it's been a lot. And if you've been through anything like this, I see you. Thank you for listening. If this story touched you, please give it a like and maybe share it with someone who needs to hear that they aren't alone. And please subscribe to this channel. There's another story ready for you to watch right after this. My son's wife wanted to do something terrible to me and my husband, but then I found out what she was really up to. My name is Rhonda Hendrickson. I'm 68 years old, and for the last 45 of them, my life has been my family. My husband, Evan, and I built a good life here in Santa Fe, New Mexico. It's not a mansion, just a quiet, comfortable home where we raised our 3 children. Ricky, our eldest, and our 2 girls, Grace and Naomi. This story starts, as so many family stories do, on Thanksgiving. It was always my favorite day. The smell of sage and roasting turkey filling the house, the sound of the parade on the television, the clatter of silverware. It was the one day I knew I'd have all my birds back in the nest. This year, I was more anxious than usual. Evan's health had been declining. His hands, which had built the very bookshelves in our living room, now trembled when he held his coffee. He was frail, and the worry for him sat like a small, cold stone in my chest. I wanted this Thanksgiving to be perfect, to feel his family all around him. Our daughters, Grace and Naomi, were set to arrive with their families for the main dinner, but my son, Ricky, had come over early with his wife, Frances. Ricky, he was always my perfect son. The firstborn, the one who always did the right thing. I was so proud of him. But his wife, Frances, well, she was a different story. From the day Ricky brought her home, there was just something cold about her. She wasn't mean, not in a way you could ever call her out on. It was more in the things she didn't do. She didn't offer to help in the kitchen. Her compliments about my home always felt like she was sizing it up. She smiled with her mouth, but never her eyes. For years, I told myself I was just being a critical mother-in-law. I chalked it up to her being from a different background. A little more polished, maybe. I tried hard to love her because Ricky loved her. "Mom, that smells incredible," Ricky said, kissing my cheek as he came into the kitchen. He went right over to his father in the living room, and I heard them start talking about the football game. "It really does, Rhonda," Frances said, standing in the doorway, scrolling on her phone. "You always go to so much trouble." I wiped my hands on my apron. "It's no trouble, dear. It's Thanksgiving." She gave me that thin smile, and then, holding up her phone, she said, "I just need to take this call. I'll be right back." She slid open the glass door to the back porch and stepped out, pulling it almost closed behind her. I turned back to the stove, stirring the gravy, my heart feeling full. Ricky was home. Evan was comfortable. In just a little while, the girls would be here. Everything was going to be all right. I gave the gravy one last stir and went to check the turkey. The oven was right by the sliding glass door. As I bent down, I could hear Frances's voice through the crack in the door. She wasn't using her usual polite, quiet tone. This voice was hard and angry. "I don't care what he says." I heard her snap. "The plan is set. We need that money and we need it fast." I froze, my hand on the oven handle. I shouldn't be listening. This was a private conversation, but my feet felt like they were nailed to the floor. What plan? What money? I remembered how she and Ricky had been living lately, the new car, the fancy vacations. I'd assumed Ricky's job was going well. Her voice dropped lower, and I had to strain to hear. "Look, he's dragging his feet on the care facility. It's taking too long." My blood ran cold. Care facility? And then she said the words that stopped my heart. "He needs to understand we can't wait. We have to get her into the care facility soon, one way or another." Her. My head went light. I grabbed the counter to steady myself. Her. She was talking about me. They were planning to put me in a home. I suddenly couldn't breathe. The warm, sage-scented kitchen felt like it was closing in on me. I heard the click of the porch door handle. I stumbled away, pretending to be busy, at the sink, my back to her. My hands were shaking, so hard I could barely turn on the faucet. "BRR, it's getting cold out there," Frances said, walking back in. I stared down at the drain, trying to get my voice to work. "Rhonda, are you all right?" I could feel her eyes on my back. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I turned around, forcing the muscles in my face to pull into a smile. It was the hardest thing I have ever done. Just a little lightheaded. Must be the heat from the oven. "Well, don't overdo it," she said, her voice dripping with false concern. "You know you're not as young as you used to be." Just then, the doorbell rang. Grace and Naomi were here. The house was suddenly filled with the happy noise of my grandchildren, hugs and laughter, and, "Grandma, it smells so good." I had to get through it. I had to walk into that living room, hug my daughters, and pretend that my world hadn't just been shattered. I had to sit at my own Thanksgiving table, passing the mashed potatoes to the woman who was planning to kick me out of my own home, the woman who wanted my inheritance money. I looked over at Evan, smiling weakly at our grandchildren, so frail, and I looked at Ricky, my perfect son, laughing with his sisters, completely unaware. Or was he? The food tasted like cardboard in my mouth. And as I watched Frances raise a glass for the toast, I could only think of her last words. One way or another. It didn't sound like a plan. It sounded like a threat. I didn't sleep that night. Not 1 minute. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard Frances's voice, sharp and cold, cutting through the memory of my warm kitchen. "Get her into the care facility soon, one way or another." How do you lie in the dark next to the man you've loved for 45 years, knowing your own son might be in on a plan to tear your whole life apart? The house was finally quiet, but it wasn't a peaceful quiet. It was heavy. Evan's soft, unsteady breathing from the pillow beside me was the only real thing. I lay there, rigid, staring at the shadows on the ceiling, feeling a kind of cold dread I'd never known before. By the time the first gray light of morning came in, I was sick with it. The Thanksgiving feast was over. Grace and Naomi had already left, planning to spend the day with their in-laws before driving home. The house felt hollow. The smell of leftover turkey mixing with the stale air of a party, that's over. Ricky and Frances were staying for the whole weekend. That was the part one couldn't wrap my head around. How could they sleep under my roof? I got up, my joints stiff. I made the coffee, just like I do every morning. I helped Evan with his pills and got him settled in his big armchair by the window, the newspaper folded on his lap. His hands, God bless him, were shaking more than usual. He looked up at me and smiled, his eyes still bright. Wasn't that a lovely day, Rhonda? I kissed his forehead, my heart feeling like it was cracking in two. It was sweetheart. It really was. Seeing him so frail, so trusting, that little stone of worry I always carried turned into a hard, hot coal of anger. I wasn't just scared anymore. I was furious. I had to know. I had to hear it from my son. Ricky came into the kitchen a little while later, yawning and rubbing his eyes. Morning, Mom. Coffee smells good. He smiled at me. That same easy smile he'd had since he was a little boy. My perfect son. How could this be real? My hands were trembling as I poured him a cup. I had to set the pot down before I dropped it. I couldn't do this, but I had to. Ricky, I said, and my voice came out as a hoarse whisper. He looked up, his smile fading. What's wrong, Mom? You look terrible. Didn't you sleep? That was all it took. The dam I'd been holding up all night just broke. The words tumbled out, fast and messy, the tears I'd been swallowing finally welling up and rolling down my cheeks. I was at the oven yesterday. I started, my voice shaking. I heard Frances. She was on the porch, on the phone. Ricky's face went blank. Okay. She was talking about money, inheritance money. And Ricky, I had to stop to take a breath. She was talking about a care facility, about putting me in one. She said she had to get me in one way or another. I stared at his face, desperate. I was expecting shock, horror. I needed him to be as outraged as I was. I needed him to wrap his arms around me and say, "My God, Mom, no, that's insane. I'll handle this." He just looked confused. "Mom, what are you talking about? A care facility? Why would you must have misheard." I did not mishear. I said, my voice rising. "I know what I heard. Ricky, is everything all right in here?" A voice, smooth as silk, cut through the kitchen. Frances. She was standing in the doorway, wearing a fancy silk robe, holding her phone. She was looking from me, with my tear-stained face, to Ricky, with his cup frozen halfway to his mouth. That little half-smile was on her face. She knew. I felt it in my bones. She knew I'd heard. Ricky looked like a deer in the headlights. Mom thinks she heard you yesterday, talking about, Frances raised one perfect eyebrow. She let out a small, tinkling laugh. It was the most horrible, cruel sound I had ever heard. "Oh, Rhonda," she said, walking past me to get her own coffee. She was so calm. "Is that what this is about? I should have known you were listening at the door." I was not listening at the door, I said, my cheeks burning. I was checking the turkey. The door was open. "Of course," she said. She turned, her eyes all full of fake sympathy. "Rhonda, I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about my Aunt Clara, my poor aunt back in Ohio. She's not doing well. We've been trying to find her a good facility." She turned to my son. "That's what I was telling you about last week. Remember, honey, the nightmare with Aunt Clara's finances and her inheritance." I watched my son's face. I saw the exact moment he made his choice. He looked at her, then at me, and he nodded. "Yeah," he said, clearing his throat. "Yeah, that's right. Aunt Clara. See, Mom? I told you. You just misheard. You only heard part of the conversation." I just stared at them. "No," I whispered. "That's not what I heard. She said her. Not Aunt Clara. She said her." Ricky let out an exasperated sigh and put his arm on my shoulder. His touch felt wrong. "Mom, come on. You're getting all worked up over nothing. You've been under a lot of stress with Dad's health. You're exhausted." "I am not exhausted," I said, pulling away from him. "I am not confused, Ricky. I know what I heard." "Rhonda, please," Frances said, her voice dripping with pity. It was the pity that broke me. You're getting hysterical. It's normal. At your age. People get things jumbled. At your age. There it was. The two words that can turn a woman invisible. I was old. I was confused. I was jumbled. I looked at my son. My perfect son. And he wouldn't meet my eyes. He was looking at the floor, at his coffee cup, anywhere but at his mother, who was pleading with him to believe her. And in that moment, he was gone. The boy I'd raised was gone. And in his place was this stranger, this man who stood by and let his wife call me old and confused. He chose her. He chose the lie. A coldness spread through me that had nothing to in with the morning chill. It was the most profound and loneliness I have ever felt. They were a team, and I was on the outside. I had no proof. I had no one who would believe me. It was my word against theirs, and they had already decided, right there in my own kitchen, that my word meant nothing. That was just devastating. There's nothing worse than being told you're just confused when you know in your heart that you're right. Have you ever felt dismissed or invisible by someone who was supposed to be on your side? Let me know your story in the comments below. I stood there in my own kitchen, the coffee cup still in my hand, listening to the sound of them in the living room. They were laughing. Ricky and Francis. They had just finished tearing me to pieces, calling me old and confused. And now they were in the other room, watching football with my husband, like nothing had happened. The rest of that weekend was the quietest kind of torture. Ricky and Francis stayed until Sunday afternoon, just like they'd planned. But the air in my home, my safe, warm home, had turned toxic. It was all fake smiles and sentences that stopped when I walked into a room. Francis would put her hand on my arm and ask, "Are you feeling better, Rhonda?" Her eyes shining with a victory that made me want to scream. Ricky was worse. He was too cheerful, too loud. "More pie, Mom." "Let me get that for you, Dad." He was acting. He was trying so hard to be the perfect son that he just looked like a bad actor on a stage. He still wouldn't meet my eyes. Not really. When they finally packed their car to leave, Frances hugged me. She squeezed me tight and whispered in my ear, "You take care of yourself, Rhonda. We worry about you." It was a threat, clear as day. The second I heard their car pull away from the curb, I locked the front door, a thing I never do in the daytime, and I grabbed the phone from the kitchen wall. My hands were shaking again, but not from fear this time. It was anger, cold, sharp anger that burned away all the tears and the self-doubt. They thought I was jumbled. They thought I was a confused old woman. I was about to show them how wrong they were. I called my oldest daughter, Grace, first. She was always the sensitive one. "Mom, hi, was it a good visit?" I just couldn't small talk. "Grace, honey, I need to tell you something. And I need you to just listen. Don't interrupt." I told her every word I heard on the porch. And then I told her what happened Friday morning in the kitchen, how they'd teamed up on me, how they'd called me confused. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. "Mom," Grace said finally, and I could hear the "but" in her voice before she even said it. "Mom, that's awful. But are you sure? I mean, a care facility? Ricky loves you. And Frances, I know she's difficult, but to do that, maybe you did just misunderstand. I mean, she does have an Aunt Clara. I've heard her mention her." My heart sank. "Grace, I know what I heard." I know, she said, trying to soothe me. "But it's a huge accusation, Mom. Maybe you should just rest. You've been so stressed with Dad." I felt the "at your age" all over again. I got off the phone, my anger now mixed with a fresh wave of that terrible loneliness. I tried Naomi, my practical daughter. She was even worse. Mom, let's be logical, she said after I'd told her the whole story. You heard a piece of a conversation. Francis gave you a perfectly reasonable explanation. You're accusing Ricky of what? Trying to steal from you? This is our brother. This is Ricky. It's not the Ricky I know. I insisted. Exactly, she said, and her voice was so logical it cut me to the bone. So maybe the problem isn't Ricky. Look, Mom, just let it go. Don't cause a rift in the family over a misunderstanding. A rift in the family, as if I was the one holding the hammer. I hung up the phone. The house was silent again. I walked into the living room and looked at Evan, who had dozed off in his chair, a blanket pooled in his lap. His face was so peaceful. This wasn't just about my hurt feelings. This was about him. This was about our home. The home we'd worked for. The nest egg we'd saved. The life we had left together. And they were going to come for it. They were going to call me confused until they could sign me away. And then what would happen to Evan? That's when the last bit of watery fear in me dried up. It left something hard and clear in its place. Resolve. I was not crazy, and I was not going to let it go. The thought of spying on my own son, my firstborn, made me feel sick to my stomach. It was a betrayal. It was an awful, ugly thing to do. But then I heard Francis's voice in my head, one way or another. This wasn't spying. This was survival. The next day, I told Evan I was going to a special luncheon with my old book club. It was a lie, and I hated it, but it was necessary. Instead, I went to the bank. I walked up to the counter, my heart pounding, and I withdrew $5,000 in cash. It was a huge chunk of our savings, the money we'd set aside for a care facility, ironically, for a day, when one of us really needed it. I took that envelope of cash, and I went to a small, nondescript office building on the other side of town. I'd found it on the internet, typing Private Investigator Santa Fe into my laptop like I was in some kind of movie. The man I met wasn't what I expected. He wasn't a tough guy in a trench coat. He was just a man, quiet, looked more like a high school teacher. His name was Richard. I sat down, and I told him everything. I didn't cry. I didn't get hysterical. I just laid out the facts, from the Thanksgiving conversation to the gaslighting in the kitchen. I told him about their new car, the fancy vacations, and the way Francis's eyes sized up my home. He listened, just nodding, not judging me, not looking at me like I was a confused old woman. When I was finished, he just looked at me for a long moment. What do you want to find out, Mrs. Hendrickson? I pushed the cash-filled envelope across the desk. I want to know if I'm crazy or if my son and his wife are planning to destroy me. I took a deep breath. Follow them. I want to know about their finances. I want to know who Francis was talking to on that porch. I need to know the truth, no matter how ugly. Yes, she's fighting back. That's the Rhonda we were waiting for. She's not just a confused old woman. She's a warrior. Drop a "Go Rhonda" in the comments if you are cheering for her right now. And if you're enjoying her story, please don't forget to tap that like button. I spent the next 2 weeks living a lie. On the outside, I was just Rhonda. I was Evan's wife. I helped him get dressed. I made sure he took his pills on time. I read the newspaper to him when his eyes got tired. I was the 68-year-old woman who waved to my neighbors and went to the grocery store. But on the inside, I was a coiled spring. I was a woman waiting. Every time the phone rang, my heart would try to climb out of my chest. Every car that slowed down on our street made me jump. I'd be in the middle of a perfectly normal day, washing the dishes, folding the laundry, and the words would just hit me again, one way or another. I'd stop, my hands deep in the soapy water, and just stare out the window, a cold, sick feeling rising in my throat. Then I'd have to shake my head, take a deep breath, and go on just so Evan wouldn't see, just so he wouldn't worry. The call finally came on a Wednesday. I was in the kitchen, making a shopping list. Mrs. Hendrickson? It was his voice. Richard. Flat. Professional. Yes, I said, my hand gripping the receiver, so hard my knuckles were white. I have what you asked for. The information is complete. I think you need to come to the office. He didn't say, I have good news. He didn't say, I have bad news. He just said, the information is complete. That, more than anything, terrified me. I looked at Evan, who was dozing in his chair. Evan, sweetheart, I said, my voice just a little too bright. I forgot I have an appointment with Dr. Evans for a prescription refill. I'll be back in a little while. He just nodded, murmuring, all right, dear, don't be long. The lie tasted like ash in my mouth. I grabbed my purse and walked out, feeling like a spy in my own life. The drive to Richard's office was a blur. When I walked in, he was waiting for me. He didn't smile. He just nodded toward the chair I'd sat in before. Please, he said, closing the door behind me. The snick of the lock sounded so final. Well, I said, my voice coming out shaky. Am I crazy? No, Mrs. Hendrickson, he said, sitting down across from me. You're not crazy. He started by laying out a thin folder of papers. First, the financials, he said. Your intuition was spot on. Ricky and Francis are in serious trouble. I'm talking about drowning. He laid it all out. Their credit cards were all maxed out, every single one. They had taken a second mortgage out on their own home, one I never even knew about. The fancy car Francis drove. It was a lease, and they were 3 months behind on the payments. The vacations, the clothes, it was all a lie, all built on a mountain of debt. I just stared at the numbers. But Ricky's job, I thought. He's making good money, Richard said, tapping a paper. But they're spending nearly double what he brings in. They're desperate. Based on these timelines, they've been in a free fall for about a year. I felt a cold, sick kind of validation. So I wasn't confused. The coldness I'd felt from Francis, it wasn't just my imagination. It was the chill of desperation. But that's not all, is it? I whispered. Richard's face, which had been professional, turned grim. He leaned forward, and his voice dropped. No, it's not. I'm afraid it's much worse than debt, Mrs. Hendrickson. He took a deep breath. You asked me who Francis was talking to. I followed her. 2 days ago, she drove to a very rundown part of town. She met someone, a man, not a lawyer, not a banker. He turned his computer monitor toward me. I filmed the meeting. The audio, it's clear. My heart wasn't just pounding now. It was a cold, hard stone sinking in my chest. He pressed a key. A grainy video appeared. There was Frances standing next to her fancy car in a dirty, cracked parking lot. She was talking to a man who looked rough. He was smoking, leaning against a wall. I watched, holding my breath, as I saw Frances hand this man a white envelope. My envelope, I thought. My money. And then I heard her voice. That same hard, cold voice from my porch. It's taking too long, Francis said. He's still dragging his feet about the facility. The old woman is tougher than I thought. The old woman. That's what I was. Not Rhonda. Not Mom. The old woman. The man on the video took a long drag from his cigarette. So the plan's not working, he mumbled. What do you want from me? And then came the words that will echo in my head until the day I die. Frances looked around the parking lot, her face twisted in an ugly, impatient snarl. The plan is too slow. I need a faster way. We need a permanent way to dispose of her. Richard hit the pause button. The man's grainy face froze on the screen. The world just stopped. The room was dead silent. I could hear the buzz of the fluorescent light above us. Dispose. Dispose of her. Like I was a bag of garbage. Like I was a problem to be erased. This wasn't about putting me in a home. This wasn't about stealing my money. This was about killing me. My daughter-in-law, the wife of my perfect son, was hiring a man to murder me. I couldn't breathe. A wave of icy cold washed over me. So fast, I thought I was going to be sick right there in his office. I gripped the arms of the chair. I finally managed to look at Richard. I'm sure my face was a horrible sight. My son, I whispered. My throat was so tight I could barely get the words out. Ricky, is he? I don't know, Mrs. Hendrickson, Richard said, and his voice was gentle for the first time. He wasn't at this meeting. He wasn't in any of the footage, but he's tied to all the debt. How much he knows? I just can't tell you. He turned the monitor away. He took a small black USB drive and put it in a little envelope. He slid it across the desk. This is your copy. It's everything. The financials, the photos, and the video. I don't remember leaving the office. I don't remember the drive home. I just remember sitting in my car in my own driveway for what felt like an hour, staring at my front door. My home. The place I was supposed to be safe. The fear I'd felt on Thanksgiving was a joke. This was terror. It was real, and it was sitting in a little envelope on the passenger seat next to me. But as I sat there, shaking, something else was happening. That cold, hard anger from before, it was coming back. But it wasn't just anger. It was something else. Something harder. They thought I was a confused old woman. They thought I was a problem to be disposed of. I finally took a deep breath. I picked up the envelope, and I walked into my house. They had no idea who they were dealing with. I walked into my house, and the quiet was deafening. Evan was still asleep in his chair, oblivious, save for this one single moment. I looked at his frail, peaceful face, and the words from that video, a permanent way to dispose of her, crashed over me again. I went straight to my bedroom and hid the little envelope from Richard. I put it in my sewing box, tucked under a spool of green thread. My first thought, the one any normal law-abiding citizen would have, was to pick up the phone and dial 911. I actually had my hand on the receiver, but then I stopped. I played it out in my head. A patrol car would come. 2 officers, probably young enough to be my grandchildren, would stand in my living room. I would what? Tell them my daughter-in-law talked to a bad man. I'd show them the video of a conversation. And then they would go talk to Frances. And Frances, oh, she was good. She was so good. She would cry. She would be horrified. She'd say, "Oh, officers, thank God you're here. We've been so worried about Rhonda. Her mind, it's not what it used to be. She's been under such strain with Evan's health. She's become obsessed. She's fabricating things. She would use my age against me. She and Ricky would paint me as a senile, hysterical, vindictive old woman. And who would they believe? A crying, polished young couple, or the confused old lady who claims her daughter-in-law is a murderer? They would call it a family dispute. They would leave. And Frances would still be out there. But now, she'd be even more dangerous, because she would know that I knew. She would have to act fast. No, the police weren't the answer. Not yet. I had to prove it. I couldn't just show them what she said. I had to catch them in the act. I had to force their hand. They were impatient. Good. I would use their impatience against them. I sat down at my kitchen table, my hands perfectly steady. The shaking had stopped. The terror had burned away, leaving something cold and hard and clear in its place. If they thought I was a tough old woman, what if suddenly I wasn't? What if I gave them the exact opening they'd been praying for? The idea came to me fully formed, and it was so dark it made me catch my breath. What if I had a fall? What if I had a health scare? A mini stroke? Something that would make me seem helpless, confused, a burden. Exactly the kind of problem they needed to solve quickly. I recoiled from the thought. I'm an honest woman. I've never cheated on my taxes. I return my library books on time. The idea of faking something so serious to lie, to manipulate my own family, it felt disgusting. It felt wrong. It felt like something Francis would do. I sat there at my table for a long, long time, at war with myself. The Rhonda who baked for the church bake sale. The Rhonda who raised her children to always tell the truth. She was horrified. She was screaming, "No, Rhonda, you're better than this. Don't stoop to their level. Go to the police. Go to your daughters. Tell the truth." But the truth hadn't worked. Had it? The truth got me called confused and hysterical. And then I thought about Evan asleep in his chair. I thought about the words, "Dispose of her." This wasn't a game. This wasn't a test of my morals. This was a war. And I was a 68-year-old woman fighting for my life and the life of my husband against people who wanted me dead. A cold resolve settled over me. This wasn't a lie. It was a trap. And they were the ones who had built it piece by piece with their greed and their cruelty. I was just going to spring it. I knew I couldn't do it alone. I needed an ally. My daughters had failed me, but that was before. That was when it was just my word. Now I had proof. I called my daughter, Naomi, the practical one. "Naomi," I said, my voice low and urgent, leaving no room for argument. "I need you to drive to Santa Fe. I need you here tomorrow. Do not tell Grace, and do not dare tell Ricky. I have something to show you, something that changes everything." She must have heard the steel in my voice, because all she said was, "I'll leave in an hour." When she arrived the next day, her face was a mask of worry. "Mom, what is this? You're scaring me." I didn't waste time. I didn't cry. I took her to my bedroom, shut the door, and put the little USB drive from my sewing box into my laptop. I hit play. I watched my daughter's face. I saw it go from confusion to disbelief to a pale, chalk-white horror. When she heard Francis say, "A permanent way to dispose of her," a terrible, choked sound came from her throat. She finally believed me. "Oh my God," she whispered, her hands flying to her mouth. "Oh my God, Mom. She's planning to kill me. Honey," I said, my voice calm. "And now we're going to stop her." I looked my daughter in the eyes. "Tears won't help us. Anger won't help us. I have a plan, and you are going to help me." I laid it all out. "This Saturday, I am going to call Ricky. I'm going to be crying. I'm going to tell him I had a terrible fall down the basement stairs, that I might have hit my head, that I'm scared and I'm confused. I will be the exact, helpless old woman they've been waiting for." I pointed at her. "You will be here. You will get on the phone, and you will be panicked. You'll tell Ricky that Dad can't handle it, that you can't handle it, that you don't know what to do. We are going to hand them my entire life on a silver platter, and see just how fast they try to take it." Naomi stared at me, her eyes wide. "Mom, that's manipulation." "Yes," I said, "it is. Are you in or are you out?" She looked at the frozen image of Francis on the laptop screen. She took a deep, shuddering breath. "I'm in, Mom," she said. "What do we do first?" "First," I said, a grim sense of control settling over me for the first time in weeks. "We set the stage. Okay, this is the big question. Faking a fall, that's a serious lie. But Francis is literally planning to dispose of her. Is Rhonda right to fight fire with fire? Or is she stooping to their level? Let me know in the comments. Would you have set the trap or gone to the police?" The plan was set. My daughter Naomi and I spent the rest of that day, and all of Friday, just existing. We played cards with Evan. We cooked. We talked about the weather. It was the most normal, most terrifying 2 days of my life. Inside, I was a vibrating wire, but on the outside, I was a block of ice. Saturday morning, I told Evan that Naomi was taking him for a drive to see the autumn leaves. He was so happy for the outing. The second I heard her car pull away, I walked to the phone. My heart was not pounding. My hands were not shaking. I was calm. I was a general. I dialed Ricky's number. He answered on the third ring, his voice casual. "Hey, Mom, what's up?" And then I let my voice crack. I let the tears I'd been holding back for weeks well up. "Ricky," I whispered, letting my voice sound reedy, weak. "Ricky, oh, thank God." "Mom? Mom, what's wrong?" His voice changed instantly. I had a fall. I sobbed, letting the words come out in a tumble. I think I was on the basement stairs. I hit my head. My head hurts. Ricky, I'm so confused. I heard him swear. "Francis, get in here." He was back on the phone. "Mom, where's Dad? Where's Naomi?" Right on cue, Naomi, who had parked down the street and come in the back door, grabbed the phone from me. "Ricky," she screamed, and her panic sounded so real it almost convinced me. "Ricky, I just got here. I found her on the floor. She's not making any sense. She's talking about the basement. I don't know what to do. Dad's with me, and he's panicking. Ricky, please, you have to come. You have to come now. We're on our way," he shouted. "We'll be there in 2 hours. Just keep her calm. Call 911. "No," Naomi shrieked. She won't let me. She's scared. Please, just hurry." She hung up the phone. We looked at each other in the silent kitchen. "They're on their way," she said. "Good," I said. "Let's get ready for our guests." The next 2 hours were the strangest of my life. We didn't panic. We prepared. Naomi helped her father, who was genuinely distressed by all the fuss, into his bedroom for a nap, telling him I'd just had a little scare but was resting. I went to my room and put on my good blue blouse. I combed my hair. I put on a little bit of lipstick. I was not going to look like a victim. At 10:45, a car pulled up. Not Ricky's. This was Mr. Harrison, my lawyer, a stern, older man who had handled our will. At 10:50, another car. Richard, the private investigator, in a simple suit, carrying a laptop. I had them sit, not in the living room, with the soft, comfortable chairs. I had them sit at the dining room table, the one I'd served Thanksgiving dinner on. This was not a family visit. This was business. At 11:05, just as Naomi was bringing out a tray of glasses and a pitcher of ice water, we heard it, a car door slamming, footsteps pounding on the porch. Ricky used his old key, just as I knew he would. The front door burst open, and he stumbled into the entryway. "Mom," he yelled, his eyes wild with panic. "Mom, where are you?" "We're here." Frances was right behind him, her face a perfect mask of practiced concern. "We're in the dining room, Ricky," I called out. My voice was calm, clear, strong. They skidded to a halt at the doorway, and they froze. I was not on the floor. I was not hysterical. I was not holding my head or babbling about a fall. I was sitting at the head of my dining room table. My daughter Naomi was on my right. My lawyer, Mr. Harrison, was on my left, and across from me sat Richard, the private investigator, with his laptop open and ready. Frances's face, it was a picture. The fake worry just evaporated. It was replaced by a sharp, sudden, confused anger. Ricky just looked baffled, his mouth half open. "What?" Frances stammered, her eyes darting from me to the two strange men. "What is this?" I looked right at her. Hello, Francis. Ricky, thank you for coming so quickly. I paused, and then I said the words. You've been planning this family meeting for a while. I thought I'd finally schedule it. Please sit down. They didn't move. They just stared. Mom, what is this? Ricky said, his voice shaky. Naomi, you said she fell. You said she was confused. No, Ricky, I said, my voice cutting through the silence. I just opened my eyes. For the first time. Please. Sit. Slowly, like they were walking into a trap, which they were. They took the two empty chairs at the end of the table. I took a deep breath. All the power they had held, the power of their lies, and my fear, it was all gone. It was in my hands now. I know you like to talk about finances, Francis. I began, my voice level, so I thought we'd start there. I nodded at Mr. Harrison. He opened a folder and, one by one, began to slide papers across the table. These are your credit card statements, Ricky, all 6 of them, all maxed out. This is the second mortgage you took on your home. This is the late payment notice for your wife's car. I watched my son. His face went from confusion to a sick, pale gray. He knew every bit of it. He had been living this lie with her. Francis, though, she was just angry. This is an outrageous invasion of our privacy. You have no right. This, I said, my voice like steel, is a motive. This is why you were on my porch on Thanksgiving, talking about inheritance money. This is why you and Ricky told me I was confused and hysterical when I've never been more clear in my life. Ricky wouldn't look at me. He was staring at the table, his world collapsing. But the debt, that was just the what. I continued. It wasn't until I hired Richard. Here, I nodded at the PI. That I understood the how. He's the one who found out about your little acquaintance, Francis, the man in the parking lot. Francis's head snapped up. Her eyes. I will never forget her eyes. They were no longer angry. They were the eyes of a cornered animal. I don't know what you're talking about. She whispered. Don't you? I said. Well, let me refresh your memory. Richard, if you would. Richard didn't play the video. He didn't need to. He simply turned the laptop around, hit a key, and turned up the volume. And in the dead silence of my dining room, Francis's own voice filled the air. Clear as a bell. The old woman is tougher than I thought. I need a faster way, a permanent way, to dispose of her. The words just hung there, horrible and ugly. Ricky made a sound, a low, strangled noise, like he'd been punched. He slowly turned his head to look at his wife. But I wasn't watching him. I was watching Francis. Her face, her beautiful, cold, polished face, it just collapsed. The color, the pride, the anger, it all drained away, leaving nothing but a hollow, terrified shell. She was caught. Checkmate. The power in that room had flipped so completely, so suddenly, it was a physical thing. The 68-year-old woman they thought was a confused, forgetful, disposable problem was gone. In her place was the woman who had just saved her own life. The silence that followed those recorded words was the loudest sound I've ever heard. It was heavy, suffocating. It was Frances who broke it, surprisingly. She let out a short, sharp laugh. It was a terrible, broken sound. You, she whispered, looking at me, but her eyes were glassy. You, old bitch, you set me up. Before I could even react, my son Ricky, my perfect son, slid off his chair. He didn't faint. He just folded. He knelt on the dining room floor, put his head in his hands, and he began to sob. Not crying, sobbing. Deep, ragged, animal sounds of a man whose whole world had just been pulled out from under him. You were going to kill her, he choked out, looking up at his wife. You were going to, my mom? Ricky, no, honey, it's not. She started, her voice desperate. It was just talk. I was just angry. I wouldn't have. Enough! Mr. Harrison's voice boomed through the room. He was a lawyer, and he was in charge now. He looked at Frances, his face like stone. "Ms. Miller," he said, using her maiden name, "anything you say from this point on can, and will be used against you. Richard," he nodded to the PI, "has already provided a copy of this audio to the Santa Fe police. They are, I believe, waiting outside." Frances's face went from pale to a sickly, greenish white. She looked at the front door, and for the first time, I saw pure animal terror in her eyes. "And Ricky," Mr. Harrison said, his voice a little softer, but not by much, "you are in a great deal of trouble. The financial fraud, that's a serious matter. But if you were not aware of this..." He tapped the laptop. "Then you have a choice to make. Right now." Ricky just kept sobbing. I didn't know. Oh God, Mom. I didn't know. I thought we were just getting the money. I didn't know." And that was it. That was his confession. He knew about the plan to steal. He was fine with the care facility. He was fine with the inheritance money. He was fine with gaslighting his own mother. He just drew the line at murder. It was a cold, small comfort. The next part is a blur. There were blue and red lights flashing through my dining room window. There were deep voices. A knock. Frances didn't scream. She didn't fight. She just went limp, a hollowed-out version of the confident woman who had walked in. They led her out, in handcuffs. Ricky, they talked to him for a long time. His life was ruined. He wasn't arrested for that, but the financial crimes were real. He lost his job. He lost his house. He lost his family. The weeks that followed were empty. My lawyer handled everything. My daughters, Grace and Naomi, were in shock. Naomi felt guilty for her part in the trap, and Grace was just heartbroken. Our family, the one I had built for 45 years, was fractured, broken. Evan, my sweet Evan, we had to tell him. We told him that Ricky and Frances had been stealing, and that Frances had made threats. We told him she was gone, and that Ricky was away. He understood, in his way. He just held my hand, his own hand trembling, and said, "You're safe, Rhonda. That's all that matters. You're safe." And I was. It's been 6 months now. The house is quiet. Frances took a plea deal. She's in prison. Ricky is living somewhere up north. I think working a job I never would have imagined for him, just to pay back the mountain of debt. He and I, we don't talk. I don't know if we ever will. How do you come back from that? How do you look your son in the eye, knowing he was willing to let you be put away, all for a new car and a fancy vacation? That's a wound that may never heal. But this isn't a sad story. Not really. I was sitting on my back porch the other day, the same porch where I'd heard the words that changed my life. I was drinking a cup of tea. Evan was inside, watching his game. And I realized I wasn't scared. I wasn't an old woman. I wasn't confused. I was the woman who had saved us. I learned something in all of this. I learned that you must trust your intuition. That little feeling in your gut that tells you something is wrong. It's not you being hysterical. It's an alarm. And you need to listen to it. I learned that in your golden years, you're not done. You're not finished. You are not a burden to be disposed of. I found a strength in me at 68 years old that I never knew I had. I became a mastermind in my own survival. And I won. The ending is bittersweet. My family is broken. But Evan and I, we are safe. Our home is our own. And I am not a victim. I am a survivor. Let me ask you, and I want you to be honest, what would you have done? When you found out the truth, would you have called the police? Or would you have done what I did? Would you have set the trap? If it touched you, please take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. Your support means so much. There's another incredible story coming up next, and I think it's one you'll want to see. My name is Christine Nielsen. I'm 68 years old, and my son's wife locked my pantry. It still sounds strange when I say it, even to myself. You think you've seen just about everything in life, and then you come home from a long day of volunteering at the senior center, and there's a brand new hasp and padlock on a door inside your own kitchen. I live in Scottsdale. I've been in this house for over 40 years. My late husband, Paul, and I bought it when our son, Norman, was just a toddler. I raised my boy in this house. I can still see the little pencil marks on the pantry's door jamb, measuring how tall he was getting each year. Now, those marks were hidden behind a fresh slab of metal. That Tuesday, I walked in just like any other day. I put my keys in the ceramic bowl by the door, the one Norman made at a summer camp in 1993. I kicked off my shoes and walked into the kitchen, thinking about a cup of tea and maybe a few crackers. And I just stopped. My feet felt glued to the linoleum. I stared. It wasn't a big, dramatic lock. It was a cheap, shiny silver hasp, the kind you'd put on a garden shed. It was screwed right into the pantry door, and a small padlock held it shut. For a full minute, I didn't feel angry. I just felt confused, like I'd walked into the wrong house. My mind tried to make sense of it. Was there a pest problem? Did Norman mention this? And I'd forgotten? My mind raced, trying to find a reason that didn't feel like a punch to the gut. But there was no other reason. This was no accident. My son, Norman, and his wife, Cindy, had moved in 3 months ago. The official reason was to help me with expenses and make sure I was okay living alone in this big house. I hadn't asked for their help, but I'd missed Norman. I thought it would be nice having family around. It had not been nice. From the first week, it felt less like they were moving in with me, and more like I was a tenant they had inherited. Cindy, my son's wife, immediately started updating things. The curtains my husband and I picked out were replaced with something gray and thin. My comfortable, worn-out armchair was moved to the den because it didn't match the new aesthetic. I was told I was being old-fashioned and resistant to change. So, I did what women from my generation often do. I bit my tongue. I smiled. I tried to be accommodating. I told myself it was just their way. I told myself they were young. I didn't want to be the difficult mother-in-law. But this lock, this was different. This wasn't about curtains or furniture. This was about food. My food. My pantry. The pantry I had stocked for 40 years. The one where I kept my flour, my sugar, my canned goods. The one I'd go to when I wanted to bake cookies for the neighbors or grab a can of soup for a simple lunch. They had locked me out of my own pantry. The dread came first, cold and heavy in my stomach. It was the humiliation of it. What did they think I was? A child sneaking snacks? A thief stealing their food from my house? Then I thought of Norman, my son. He let this happen. He either agreed to it, or he was too weak to tell his wife not to put a lock on his own mother's pantry. I wasn't sure which was worse. This wasn't help. This was a hostile takeover, done one update at a time. This lock was the final straw. This was them telling me in no uncertain terms that I was no longer the matriarch of this home. I was just an obstacle, a piece of old furniture to be managed. I stood there in the quiet of my kitchen for a long time. The setting sun was casting a long shadow across the floor, right up to the locked door. I felt the last bit of my go-along-to-get-along spirit just evaporate. I was not a guest. I was not a child, and I was not going to be locked out of my own life. I looked at that cheap, shiny lock, and a new feeling began to bubble up, pushing past the dread and the humiliation. It was a cold, quiet resolve. They had made a very, very big mistake. This would not stand. I didn't sleep. I'm sure you know the feeling. You lie in bed, your mind turning over the same thing again and again, like a stone in a rock tumbler. Every time the house creaked, I thought about that lock. It felt like an insult, just sitting there in the dark. I got up before dawn, the way I always do, and the first thing I did was walk into the kitchen and stare at it. It was still there, of course, cold and real in the pale morning light. My plan was simple. I would wait, and I would talk to Norman, my son, not Cindy. I had to believe this was her idea, and that my son, my Norman, had just gone along. I told myself he was just trying to keep the peace in his own marriage. I had to believe that because the alternative was too painful to consider. I made a pot of coffee, the old-fashioned drip kind, not the new pod machine Cindy had brought into the house. I sat at the kitchen table, the one Paul and I had bought at a yard sale 30 years ago, and I waited. My hands were wrapped around the warm mug. Cindy was usually the first one up, a whirlwind of yoga and green smoothies. But this morning, by some small miracle, Norman came in first. He was in his work shirt, still untucked, his hair a mess. "Morning, Mom," he mumbled, heading straight for the coffee pot. This was my chance. "Norman," I said, keeping my voice as level as I could. "Honey, we need to talk." He stopped mid-pour. He didn't turn around. "About what?" "I'm running late." "About the pantry, Norman." "About the lock." He let out a long sigh. It was the sigh of a man trapped, and it made my heart sink. He turned, leaning back against the counter, and finally looked at me. "Mom, can we not do this right now?" Then, I asked, my voice a little stronger. "I came home to a lock on my own pantry. I think right now is a good time." "Gosh, what's all the fuss?" Cindy's voice. She was standing at the entrance to the kitchen, already in her workout clothes, hair in a high ponytail. She had this bright, tight smile on her face, the one she used when she was about to tell you something you wouldn't like. I felt my stomach clench. The opportunity was gone. "I was just asking Norman about the lock, Cindy," I said. "Oh, that," she said, walking in and grabbing a bottle of water. She laughed, a little tinkling sound that didn't reach her eyes. "Honestly, Christine, I should have mentioned it. It's really no big deal. It's just for our food." Norman was staring into his coffee mug like it held the secrets to the universe. He wouldn't look at me. "Our food." I repeated. "Yes," Cindy said, her tone suddenly very serious, like she was explaining something to a small child. "We've been buying a lot of specialty items. Organic, gluten-free, non-GMO. That stuff is unbelievably expensive. We can't have it getting mixed up." Mixed up. The words just hung there in the air. Mixed up with what, Cindy? I asked. "My flour? My canned soup?" "Well, yes, exactly," she said, as if I'd finally understood. "We're on a very specific budget, and we need to keep track of our items. It's just easier this way. It's just to keep things organized." She then glanced over at the open shelving next to the fridge, where I kept my own things. My tins of baking powder, my boxes of pasta, my cans of tomatoes. "Besides," she said, wrinkling her nose just a little, "this whole kitchen it's a lot. We were hoping to help you clear out some of this clutter." Clutter. I felt my face get hot. "Those are my staples. I use those." "Do you, though?" she asked, that bright, brittle smile back in place. I found cans in that pantry that were, well, I'm not even sure when they're from. And all that sodium, it's just not healthy, Christine. We're trying to help you, too, get you on a healthier track." So I was old. My food was clutter. And I was too foolish to know what was healthy for me. This was my moment. The moment to stand up, to yell, to tell her that this was my house, that I had paid the mortgage, that she was a guest here. But I couldn't, because I wasn't just talking to Cindy. I was talking to my son, too. I looked at Norman. He was still frozen at the counter, his back to me. I just stared at the back of his head, begging him silently, desperately, to turn around, to say something, to say, "Cindy, that's enough. That's my mother." To say, "We'll take the lock off." To say anything. He cleared his throat, and then he rinsed his mug in the sink, put it in the dishwasher, and walked right out of the kitchen. He didn't say a word. He didn't look at me once. The silence he left behind was so loud it made my ears ring. Cindy's smile softened, but it just looked like pity, which was so much worse. "See, it's fine. He understands. It's just for organization. You'll get used to it." She grabbed an apple from the bowl and walked out, calling over her shoulder, "Have a good day." I was left alone in the kitchen. The smell of coffee was gone, replaced by the sterile lemon scent of Cindy's cleaning products. I had tried to use my voice, and in return, I was told I was a cluttered, unhealthy old woman who didn't understand the price of organic food. I got up from the table, my coffee untouched and cold. I walked back to my bedroom, and I shut the door. The first attempt had failed. It had failed because it was never a fight against Cindy. It was a fight against my own son's silence. And that, I was beginning to realize, was a much harder thing to beat. After that morning, the house became a morgue. That's the only way I can describe it. We were 3 people living under one roof, but we never spoke. When I'd walk into a room, Cindy would suddenly find something fascinating on her phone, or she'd get up and leave. Norman just wasn't there. He started leaving for work earlier and coming home later. And when he was home, he'd be in his room with Cindy, the door closed. The silence from that closed door was louder than any argument. And every time I walked into the kitchen, there it was, the lock. It was a constant reminder. It sat there, smug and shiny, telling me that I was a guest, that I was clutter, that my own son had chosen to side with his wife, who had been in this house for 3 months, over me, who had built it for 40 years. I spent 2 days in a fog. I'd sit in my room, reading the same page of a book over and over. I'd go out to the garden, but I'd just stare at the weeds. I felt small. I felt invisible. On the 3rd day, Friday, I woke up feeling empty. The house was quiet. Norman was at work, and Cindy's car was gone, so she was probably at her yoga class. I was alone, and the silence felt heavy and sad. I needed to do something. Not something big, just something normal. Something that felt like me. And then I thought of Paul. I thought of his oatmeal raisin cookies. He had a terrible sweet tooth, and he always said my cookies were the only ones that got it right. A little flicker of warmth went through me. That's what I'd do. I would bake. I would fill this sad, silent house with the smell of cinnamon and sugar. It was a small act, but it felt like mine. I went into the kitchen. The lock on the pantry was still there, a metal scar on the wood. But I didn't need anything from the pantry. My baking supplies, my flour, my sugar, my spices, I kept those on the open shelving unit by the stove. The one Cindy had called clutter. I pulled out my big ceramic mixing bowl, the one my mother had given me. I got out the eggs and butter. I even found the recipe card, the one I'd written out decades ago, stained with vanilla and thyme. I turned to the shelf to get the flour and sugar, and they were gone. My heart did a strange little flip. I stood there for a moment, just confused. The shelf was almost empty. My bags of flour and sugar were gone. My baking soda tin was gone. My bottle of vanilla, my container of brown sugar, my box of cornstarch, all of it. I must have moved them. I whispered to myself, though I had no memory of it. I checked the other cabinets, one by one, my confusion starting to turn into a cold, sick feeling. I checked the cabinet above the fridge. I checked the lazy Susan in the corner. Nothing. Just Cindy's sleek, matching glass jars of quinoa, lentils, and chia seeds. My baking supplies had vanished. And then I saw it. Next to the back door stood the new trash can. Cindy had thrown out my old, perfectly good step can because it was a beige eyesore. This new one was stainless steel, tall and sleek, and it cost more than my first sofa. The lid was slightly open. The can was full. I walked over to it, slowly, almost like I was in a dream. I didn't even need to touch it. I could see, right on top of the pile, the familiar red and white paper bag of my all-purpose flour. It was half full, and it was just tossed in. My hands started to shake. I used the tongs I kept by the stove to lift the bag of flour out. Underneath, it was my bag of sugar, also half full. And under that, my box of baking soda, my cinnamon, and my little bottle of vanilla extract, all mixed in with coffee grounds, vegetable peels, and junk mail. She had thrown it all away. She hadn't just organized it. She hadn't moved it. She had looked at my things, the things I used to bring comfort to my family, and she had decided they were garbage. This wasn't an accident. This wasn't a misunderstanding. You don't organize perfectly good food straight into the trash. This was a message. This was her telling me that my ways were so old-fashioned, so unhealthy, so much clutter, that they literally belonged in the garbage. She was erasing me. She was throwing out my life, one bag of flour at a time, to make more space for hers. I stood there, in the middle of my kitchen, holding the trash-covered bag of flour. The sting of my son's silence, the humiliation of that lock, it all paled in comparison to this. The lock had barred me. This erased me. All the sadness I'd been feeling for the past 3 days just drained away. And something else, something cold and hard and clear, settled in its place. I was done being quiet. I was done being accommodating. I was done being the polite, smiling old woman who lets everyone walk all over her. They thought I was just a piece of old furniture, something to be managed and cleaned around. They thought I was clutter. I put the bag of flour on the counter. I looked at the locked pantry, and then at the trash can full of my life. No, this was my home, and I was done. I didn't cry. I was surprised. 10 minutes earlier, I might have. But standing there, looking at my wasted baking supplies, something inside me just snapped shut. It was like a door closing, firm and final. The sadness was gone, and what was left was a stillness I hadn't felt in months. I calmly, methodically took the bags of flour and sugar out of the trash. I wiped the coffee grounds off them with a paper towel. They were ruined, of course, but that wasn't the point. I set them on the counter, one by one, like evidence. My vanilla, my cinnamon, my baking soda. I lined them up. Then I washed my hands. I washed them for a long time, scrubbing under my nails, until the feeling of the garbage was gone. My mixing bowl and the eggs were still on the table, waiting for the cookies that would never be made. I put the eggs back in the refrigerator and the bowl back in the cabinet. I did it all very slowly, very deliberately. When the kitchen was clean, I sat down at the table. I was facing the wall, the one where Paul's picture hangs. It's my favorite one from our 25th anniversary. He's smiling, his arm around me, and he looks so proud. I sat there, and I looked at my husband, and I had my moment of clarity. I finally understood. I had been wasting my energy being angry at Cindy. Cindy was just Cindy. She was selfish and insecure and disrespectful. But she wasn't the real problem. She was just the symptom. The real problem was my son. The real problem was Norman's silence, his weakness, his inability to stand up and say, "That's my mother. You will not treat her this way in her own home." He let her put a lock on my pantry. He sat there and let her call my life clutter. And I had no doubt he knew, on some level, that she was organizing my things into the trash. He let it all happen because it was easier than being a man. Paul would have been furious. My Paul, he was a quiet man, but he was strong. He never would have let anyone mistreat me. He would have been so ashamed of his son. I thought about the life Paul and I had built. We didn't have much when we started. We bought this house with every penny we had. We painted these walls ourselves. We fixed the plumbing with our own hands. Paul put in the shelves by the stove for me, so I'd have a place for my baking things. We sacrificed. We saved. We built this home, this life, this family from nothing, and I was letting my son and his wife tear it all down and throw it in the garbage. I was letting them turn me into a footnote in my own story. I looked at Paul's picture. I looked at the kitchen we'd shared for 40 years. I thought of the lock on my pantry. I thought of my flour in the trash. No, the grief I'd felt, the helplessness, it all burned away, and in its place was this cold, hard strength. I wasn't just sad anymore. I was done. I was done waiting for my son to defend me. I was done trying to be accommodating. I was done being invisible. Cindy thought I was old and useless. Norman thought I was just part of the background. They were both wrong. I was the foundation. I was the woman who had built this life, and I was the only one who could save it. I didn't need to cry. I didn't need to yell. I needed a plan. I stood up. My chair made a quiet scraping sound on the floor. I walked past the pantry, past the evidence of my trash supplies, and I went to the back door. I pulled open the door to the garage. It was musty, smelling of old oil and sawdust, and memories. I hadn't been out here in months. In the corner, under a dusty tarp, was Paul's old toolbox. A big, red metal one. It was heavy. I pulled off the tarp, the dust making me sneeze. I picked up the toolbox. The metal handle was cold and familiar. I carried it back into the kitchen, through the house he and I had built. I set it on the kitchen counter with a solid, heavy thunk. I opened the lid. The smell of metal and oil was strong. All his tools were there, neatly in their places. His screwdrivers, his wrenches, his pliers. I knew exactly what I had to do. I wasn't going to talk. I wasn't going to ask. I was going to act. I sat in my kitchen with that red toolbox on the counter for a long time. I just looked at it. The house was still empty. Cindy's car was still gone. I could have done it right then, in the middle of the day. But this wasn't an act of anger. It wasn't a tantrum. I wasn't going to smash it off. This was a reclamation. It needed to be done with the same cold, quiet intention that they had used to install it. So I waited. I made myself a simple dinner, a piece of toast and an apple. I didn't see Norman or Cindy. I heard them come home, heard their muffled voices from behind their closed door, but I didn't leave my room. I read my book. I watched the clock, and for the first time in months, I felt perfectly calm. I wasn't helpless. I wasn't a victim. I was just waiting for the right time. My alarm was set for 4:30 a.m., but I was awake at 4:15. I didn't turn on my bedside lamp. I slipped out of bed, my feet finding my slippers in the dark. The house was tombs quiet. The only sound was the low hum of the refrigerator. I walked through the dark hallway. This house and we were old friends. I knew where the floorboards creaked. I knew how to move without making a sound. I walked past Norman and Cindy's closed door. I felt nothing as I passed it. No anger, no sadness, just focus. In the kitchen, the moonlight was just enough to see by. It made a pale blue rectangle on the floor. And sitting on the counter, just where I'd left it, was Paul's red toolbox. It looked like an old, faithful dog waiting for me. I carried it over to the pantry. I didn't kneel right away. I set the toolbox down, opened the lid, and let the moonlight shine on the tools. Paul had kept them so organized. The screwdrivers were all lined up, largest to smallest. I picked out a Phillips head. Paul had been so patient, teaching me the difference. Righty-tighty, lefty-loosey, Chris, he'd say, his hands covered in grease, guiding mine as we fixed a light switch. My hands were 68 years old. They had spots and raised veins, but they were steady. I knelt. My knees complained with a dull ache on the cold linoleum, but I ignored them. I was eye level with the lock. It really was a pathetic little thing. Cheap metal, poorly installed. The screws were already a little stripped at the head, like whoever put it in had done it in a hurry, with too much force. Norman, probably, rushing to do his wife's bidding. I put the tip of the screwdriver into the first screw. I took a deep breath, held it, and turned. Screech. The sound was horrifying. It was so loud in the silent house. It felt like a gunshot. I froze. My heart hammered against my ribs. I stared down the hall at the dark shape of their bedroom door. Nothing. No lights. No sound of a door opening. Nothing. I let out my breath, slow and steady. I put the screwdriver back in the screw. This time, I put my other hand on the door to hold it steady, to absorb the sound. I turned the screwdriver. Screech. I turned it again. Screech. I kept going, slow and methodical. Lefty-loosey. Lefty-loosey. The sound was still there, but I didn't care anymore. Let them wake up. Let them come out and find me. I almost hoped they would. The first screw was free. I pulled it out, a small silver thing, and set it on the floor. One down. I moved to the next one. My wrist was starting to ache. This was harder work than it looked, but I just kept going. Turn, grip, turn. The metal grated, but it was giving way. The second screw came out. I set it next to the first. I started on the third. The hasp was loose now, clinking a little against the wood. I was halfway there. I felt a small, fierce smile on my face. I was doing it. I was taking it off. When I got to the fourth screw, my hand was cramping. But I didn't stop. I worked it back and forth until it, too, was free. The hasp was now hanging by the part on the doorframe. I moved the toolbox. I knelt again. I started on the last 4 screws. These were in the door jamb, the same wood where I'd marked Norman's height. I was careful. I was not going to damage my house. By the time I was on the last screw, a faint, grayish light was starting to creep in through the kitchen window. Dawn was coming. The last screw fell into my palm. The hasp, with the padlock still dangling from it, fell free. I caught it before it could hit the floor. I stood up slowly. My knees popped. My wrist was sore. I was 68 years old, and I was kneeling on the kitchen floor at dawn like a common burglar. I held the lock in my hand. It was heavier than I expected, but it was just metal, just an object. It had no power on its own. It only had the power I'd given it, the power they had given it, and now it had none. I looked at my pantry door. It was just a door again. There were 8 small, ugly holes in the wood. A scar. But the insult was gone. My hand was on the simple, round, brass knob. The knob my hand had opened 1,000, 10,000 times. I turned it. The door swung open with a soft, familiar whoosh. I looked inside. It was dark, but I could smell it. The faint, comforting scent of dried pasta and spices and paper bags and home. It was my pantry. It had always been my pantry. I held the cheap, broken lock in my hand. I had reclaimed my territory. This was step 1. And as the sun began to rise, I knew exactly what step 2 was going to be. I closed the pantry door, the knob fitting into my palm like an old friend. The The sense of calm was still there, but now it was mixed with purpose. I took the red toolbox, closed the lid with a quiet click, and put it back in the garage. I put the 8 little screws and the broken hasp and lock on the counter. Then I went about my morning routine. But this morning was different. I started a pot of coffee, the old-fashioned drip machine. The smell of it, dark and rich, filled the kitchen as the sun started to properly light up the room. The full, bright light of day showed the 8 ugly holes in my doorframe. They looked like wounds. While the coffee was brewing, I went to my desk in the den. I didn't just grab a piece of notebook paper. I opened the drawer and took out my good stationery, the thick, cream-colored paper, and matching envelopes I saved for important letters. This was an important letter. I sat down at the kitchen table with my first cup of coffee. The house was still silent. They'd be up soon. I took out my pen, a good, heavy one Paul had given me, and I started to write. I didn't address it to Cindy. I addressed it to both of them. Norman and Cindy, I wrote. I am writing this because our conversations have not been working, so I am putting things down in plain English so there are no misunderstandings. I wrote about the lock. This morning at 4:30 a.m., I removed the hasp and padlock you installed on my pantry. You were not given permission to do this, and it will not be happening again. This is my house. I have lived here for 40 years. There will be no more locks on any of my doors. You will not be locking me out of my own home. My handwriting was clear and steady. There were no angry, shaky lines. Then I wrote about the trash. Yesterday I went to bake cookies, a recipe of my late husband's. I found that my baking supplies, my flour, my sugar, my vanilla, my spices had been thrown in the kitchen trash can underneath vegetable peels and coffee grounds. This was not organization. This was not helping. It was a deliberate act of disrespect. You threw away my things in my home like they were garbage, like I was garbage. I took a sip of coffee. It was hot and strong. Since you moved in, I continued, I have been told my furniture is wrong, my food is unhealthy, and my ways are old-fashioned. I have been told my kitchen is clutter. I have been made to feel like a guest, an old nuisance to be managed. I am not a guest. I am not a child. I am the owner of this house. Then I got to the hardest part. Norman, I wrote, I am your mother. I raised you in this house. And for 3 months, I have watched you stand by, silent, while your wife disrespected me time and time again. Your silence has been the loudest sound in this house. You let her put a lock on my pantry. You let her call my life clutter. You let this happen. That, more than any lock, has been the most painful part of this. I paused. I read it back. It was all true. It was all real. But I wasn't finished. This wasn't just about my feelings. This was about the facts. They had moved in to help with expenses. It was time to address that lie. I put down my pen, got up from the table, and went back to my desk. In the bottom drawer, under the checkbook, was a green accordion folder. I'd started it the first month they moved in. I brought it back to the kitchen. Inside were the receipts, the mortgage statement, which was paid in full from my account, the electricity bill, the water bill, the property tax bill, all in my name, all paid by me. I also had the grocery receipts from the past 3 months, the ones I paid for, which covered all the staples, the milk, the eggs, the bread, the coffee, everything we all used. Their contribution was their own specialty items, the expensive food they kept under lock and key. I took a fresh sheet of paper. I wrote, You moved in under the pretense of helping me with expenses. Enclosed, you will find the bills for this house for the last 3 months. You will see they are all paid by me from my own accounts. Your financial contribution has been 0. You are not helping me. I am, in fact, supporting you. I finished my coffee. The sky was bright blue now. I could hear the faint sound of a shower running upstairs. Cindy, my heart didn't race. I felt ready. I put the 2 pages of the letter into one of the cream-colored envelopes. I wrote Norman and Cindy on the front. I set the kitchen table, not for breakfast. I set it for a confrontation. In the center of the table, I placed the envelope. Next to it, I placed the green folder full of bills and receipts. And on the other side, on a clean paper towel, I placed the hasp, the padlock, and the 8 little screws. I put them all side by side. The letter, the proof, the evidence. I poured myself a second cup of coffee, sat down at the table, and I waited. The trap was set. All I had to do now was wait for them to walk into it. I didn't have to wait long. I was on my second cup of coffee when I heard the shower upstairs turn off, and then the sound of footsteps. Cindy came down the stairs, but she didn't come right into the kitchen. I heard her stop in the living room, probably to check her phone. When she finally walked in, she was looking down at the screen, and she went straight for the pod coffee machine. She didn't even see me. I just sat there, quiet, my hands around my warm mug. She put a pod in the machine, and as she was waiting, she turned around, and she finally saw me. She froze. Her hand was still in the air from pressing the button. Her eyes flicked to me, then to the table. I watched her. I watched her brain try to make sense of what she was seeing. First, she saw the lock. Her eyes narrowed. Then, she saw the cream-colored envelope with her name on it. Then, she saw the green folder. She didn't speak. The silence in the room was so total. The only sound was the whirring and gurgling of her coffee machine. She looked back at the pantry. She saw the open door. She saw the 8 little screw holes in the wood. Her face, which had been blank with sleep, went pale, a chalky, sick-looking white. "What did you do?" she whispered. Her voice was sharp and it cracked. I didn't say anything. I just took a sip of my coffee. I just looked at her. You broke it," she hissed, her voice getting louder. "That was our property. You can't just destroy our things. We paid for that lock." She was about to go on. She was winding up, her face turning from pale to a splotchy, angry red. I held up one hand. "Before you say another word, Cindy," I said, my voice perfectly calm, "I suggest you look in that green folder." She stared at the folder like it was a snake. "What is that?" "It's our finances," I said, "since you're so concerned about property and who paid for what." At that exact moment, Norman came shuffling into the kitchen. He was in his work pants and a t-shirt, rubbing his eyes. "What's all the yelling?" "I'm trying to sleep." He stopped. He saw me sitting at the table. He saw his wife, standing rigid by the counter, her face like a thundercloud. And he saw the scene I had laid out. The letter, the folder, the broken lock. "What is all that?" he asked. His voice was weak. "Ask your mother," Cindy snapped. She broke our lock. She damaged the door. I told you she was. I opened the pantry. "Norman," I said, cutting her off. My voice was still quiet, but it cut right through her anger. "It's my pantry." I took the lock off. "You see," Cindy shrieked, "she's completely out of control." Norman looked at the lock. He looked at the holes in the door. He looked back at me, and his face was just scared. He looked like a little boy, caught between 2 fighting parents. "Mom, why would you could have just asked." "Asked," I repeated. The word was so absurd, I almost laughed. "I did ask Norman, and you walked away. I asked, and your wife told me I was clutter. So, no, I'm done asking. This is unbelievable." Cindy was practically vibrating with rage. She'd forgotten all about her coffee. "We live here too. We have a right to protect our things. You're right, I said. You're absolutely right, which is why I prepared this. I tapped the green folder. Norman, come here. He looked at Cindy. He looked at me. He looked like he wanted to run. Norman. Now, slowly, like he was walking through mud, he came over to the table. Open it, I said. His hands were shaking. He opened the folder. The first thing on top was the mortgage statement with my name on it, marked paid. What is this, Mom? He mumbled, but he knew. That, I said, is the mortgage on this house, which I pay. Keep looking. He flipped the page. The electric bill, paid, by me. The water bill, paid, by me. The property taxes, paid, by me. Behind them were 3 months of grocery receipts for all the food we all ate. I don't understand, he said, but his voice was thin. It's very simple, Norman. I said, you and Cindy moved in to help with expenses. But you haven't. You've paid for nothing. You've lived here for 3 months, for free. You've eaten my food, used my electricity, and in return, you've called me clutter, you've thrown my things in the garbage, and you've locked me out of my own pantry. My pantry, which I paid for, in my house, which I am paying for. The silence was deafening. Cindy was staring at the bills in Norman's hand. Her mouth was open. She had no idea. Or maybe she did. And she just never thought I'd call her on it. She had no argument. Her whole defense, that their food was so expensive and special, it all just evaporated. Norman just stood there, staring at the paper. He was seeing in black and white exactly what I had just told him. He couldn't hide. He couldn't pretend. Cindy, for the first time, was speechless. She looked at Norman, and she saw he wasn't going to defend her. He couldn't defend her. The proof was right there on the table. Her anger just collapsed. It turned into pure, hot, red embarrassment. She had been exposed, in front of her husband, by the old-fashioned woman she'd been bullying. She didn't say another word. She didn't yell. She didn't accuse. She just grabbed her keys from the bowl by the door. She grabbed her purse. Cindy, wait. Norman said, weakly, I'm going to be late, she said. Her voice was flat and dead. She wouldn't look at me. She wouldn't even look at him. She walked out the front door. A second later, we heard her car door slam, the engine roar to life, and the sound of her tires squealing as she backed out of the driveway. She was gone, and I was left in the kitchen with my son. The 3 exhibits, the letter, the bills, and the broken lock, were still on the table right between us. The power in the house had shattered, and the pieces were all over the floor. And Norman, for the first time in his life, was going to have to help clean up a mess he'd made. When the sound of Cindy's car faded, the kitchen was left in a ringing silence. Norman just stood there, his back to me, his hands on the counter. He was staring at the wall. He didn't speak. He didn't turn around. I looked at the back of his head, just like I had that first morning. But this time, I wasn't begging him to speak. I was just waiting. After a full minute, he picked up the green folder of bills. He didn't look at them. He just held them. Then he turned and walked out of the kitchen. He didn't look at me. He just left. He went to their bedroom and closed the door. I was alone again. I sat at the table for a long time. I picked up the broken lock and the 8 screws, and I put them in a drawer. Not to hide them, to save them. A reminder. The next 2 days were the quietest, heaviest days I have ever spent in that house. It was a Cold War. Cindy came back late that night. I heard the door, but I didn't see her. I didn't see either of them. We were 3 people living like ghosts. It was a strange, silent, miserable dance. I'd go to the kitchen to make tea, and I'd hear their bedroom door click shut. I'd hear the bathroom door lock. They were avoiding me. They were ordering food eating in their room. The tension was awful. It wasn't angry anymore. It was a thick, gray, defeated fog. I had won. I had proven my point, but I had broken my family. The silence was heavy, and I started to wonder, had I gone too far? Had I just lost my son forever? All for a pantry door? I felt strong, but I also felt terribly, terribly alone. Then, Sunday evening, it broke. I was in the living room in my old armchair, trying to read a book. I'd been on the same page for an hour. The house was dark, except for my little lamp. I heard footsteps, slow and heavy, on the carpet. Not Cindy's quick, angry steps. Norman's. He stopped in the doorway. I didn't look up at first. I just kept my eyes on the page. Mom. His voice was rough, like he hadn't used it in days. I looked up. He was just standing there. He looked terrible. He was pale, he hadn't shaved, and his eyes were red and raw. He looked exhausted. He looked, for the first time in months, like my son. Like the little boy who used to come to me when he'd broken a window. In his hand, he was holding my letter. The cream-colored envelope was soft and wrinkled, as if he'd been carrying it in his pocket for 2 days. "Can I sit down?" he asked. I just nodded. He didn't take the sofa. He walked over and sat on the little needlepoint stool by the fireplace, the one Paul used to use. He sat low to the ground, his knees bunched up, and he just stared at the letter in his hands. I waited. I'd said everything I needed to say in those 2 pages. It was his turn. "I've read this," he said, his voice just a whisper. "About, I don't know, 20 times. He unfolded the pages. "Mom," he said, and then his voice broke. He stopped. He swallowed hard, and when he looked up at me, his eyes were full of tears. "Mom, I am so sorry." The words just hung in the air. "I am so, so sorry. I knew it was wrong. I knew it. When she first bought the lock, I told her it was a crazy idea. And she got so angry. She said I was choosing you over her, that I was letting you run our lives. And I gave in. It was easier. It was easier to fight with you by being silent than it was to fight with her." He looked down, ashamed. "I helped her install it, Mom. I drilled the holes. I felt sick the whole time I was doing it, but I did it. I did that to you." The confession hit me, but I didn't say anything. He had to get it all out. And I heard her, he went on, the words tumbling out now. "That first morning, I heard her call your food clutter. I heard all of it. And I walked away because I'm a coward. I'm a coward, Mom." "What about the trash?" I asked. My voice was quiet, but it wasn't soft. He winced like I'd hit him. "I didn't know about that. I swear. I didn't know until I read this letter. When I read that, that's what we've been fighting about. For 2 days. I couldn't believe. I didn't know I was married to someone who could do that, who could be that cruel." He was crying now, just quiet, miserable tears. "But that's no excuse. I let it happen. I let it get that bad. I failed you. I failed Dad. He'd be so ashamed of me." All that cold, hard strength I'd been holding on to for days. It just dissolved. This was my boy. My broken, weak, miserable boy. "What happens now, Norman?" I asked. He wiped his face with the back of his hand. "We're leaving. I'm finding an apartment. I've already been looking online. We can't stay here. It's not right. I took advantage of you." He pulled the green folder out of his back pocket. "I'm going to pay you back. For the bills. All of it. I'll get a second job. "Norman," I said, and my voice was gentle now. "Stop. It was never about the money. You know that. It was about the respect. It was about you standing there, watching me be treated like, like garbage in my own home. I know, he whispered. I know. I, I don't know what to do about Cindy. I don't. I think she's just lost and angry, and she took it out on you. You need to leave, Norman, I said. It was the hardest thing I'd ever had to say. You both do. You can't fix your marriage while you're living in my house. You need to go. You need to be on your own. You need to learn how to be a husband. And that means you have to stand up for what's right, even if it's hard, even if it means a fight. He nodded. He looked completely defeated, but he also looked relieved, like the decision was finally made. We'll be out by the first of the month, he said. He stood up, still holding my crumpled letter. Mom, can you ever forgive me? I looked at my son who had hurt me so badly, but he was here. He was owning it. I love you, Norman, I said. That part never, ever stopped. But forgiveness, that's going to take some time. You really hurt me. I know, he said. He stepped forward, and he hugged me. He put his arms all the way around me, and he put his head on my shoulder, just like he did when he was 10. And I hugged him back. He was still my boy. He was just lost. And this whole awful, ugly mess, maybe it was the only thing that could have ever helped him find his way back. That hug with Norman didn't magically fix everything. It was just a start, a crack in the ice. The last 2 weeks of that month were awkward. The house was quiet, but it was a different kind of quiet. It wasn't the cold, angry silence of the Cold War. It was the strained, polite silence of people who have said too much and now don't know what to say. Cindy was a ghost. She never spoke a word to me, not one. If I came into the kitchen, she would immediately walk out. I saw her packing. I saw the boxes piling up by their bedroom door. She moved with a tight, angry energy, but her power was gone. She had no more cards to play. She had been exposed, and all that was left was her wounded pride. I realized watching her one afternoon as she taped a box shut with furious jerking motions that I didn't need an apology from her. It wouldn't have been real anyway. Her silence, her leaving, that was the only apology I was ever going to get. And it was enough. Norman was the one who spoke. He was busy, constantly on the phone, arranging for a rental truck, for an apartment. He looked exhausted, but he also looked lighter, like a man who had finally made a decision he could live with, even if it was a hard one. He was polite. Good morning, Mom. Can I get you anything? Small, careful words. He was trying to mend a bridge he had burned. I was polite back. Good morning, Norman. No, thank you, I have it. It was a start. Then the day came. The last Saturday of the month. I sat in my armchair in the living room, the one I had moved back to its rightful place. I watched them carry boxes out to the little U-Haul truck they'd rented. It was a gray, overcast day. It felt appropriate. When the truck was full, Norman carried the last 2 suitcases out to their car. Cindy got in the passenger seat. She didn't look at the house. She just stared straight ahead, through the windshield. Norman stood by the open driver's door for a long moment. He just looked at the house, at the porch, at the windows. Then he turned and came back inside. He walked into the living room, his car keys dangling from his hand. Well, he said. His voice was quiet. Where we're going. All right, Norman, I said. He came over. He looked, again, like that little boy. I'll call you, okay, later in the week, once we get settled. You do that, I said. He leaned down and gave me a hug. It was quick and a little stiff, but it was real. I love you, Mom. I love you too, Norman, I whispered. He nodded once, and then he was gone. I sat there, in my chair, and I listened. I heard the front door click shut. I heard his car door close. I heard the low rumble of the U-Haul as the engine started, and then the sound of them pulling away from the curb. I listened until the sound of the truck faded, and they'd turned the corner, and then silence. But it was a new silence. It wasn't a sad silence. It wasn't an angry silence. It was a clean silence. It was the sound of my house, just breathing. The tension that had been choking it for months, it was just gone. The air felt lighter. I stood up. I walked through my house. I went into the den. I went into the dining room. I went into my kitchen. I made myself a pot of tea. I stood in front of the pantry. The door was open. I ran my fingers over the 8 little screw holes. They were ugly. They were a scar, a reminder of what happens when you let your voice be silenced, a reminder of what I had done to take it back. I wasn't going to fix them, not right away. I was going to leave them. As a reminder, that afternoon, I went to the grocery store. I took my time. I walked up and down every aisle. I bought a 5-pound bag of flour, a bag of white sugar, and a box of brown. I bought a new bottle of vanilla, a big one. I bought baking soda and cinnamon and a big container of oatmeal. And I bought a bag of raisins. I came home, I put my groceries on the counter, and one by one, I stocked my pantry. Unlocked my pantry. That evening, for the first time in what felt like a lifetime, I baked. I pulled out my mother's ceramic bowl. I got out the eggs and the butter. I used my old, stained recipe card, and I made Paul's oatmeal raisin cookies. The house, my house, filled with the smell of cinnamon and sugar and memory. It smelled like home again. I sat at my kitchen table with 2 warm cookies and a hot cup of tea. I looked at Paul's picture on the wall. He was still smiling. My name is Christine Nielsen. I am 68 years old. I live in my home. It was a hard, painful lesson, but I learned it. I am not invisible. I am not clutter. I am the foundation of this family, and I will never, ever be silent again. My story had a difficult ending, but it was the right one for me. And I want to know, what about you? Have you ever found yourself in a situation where you had to stand up for yourself in your own home? How did it make you feel? What would you do if you were in my shoes? Do you think I handled the situation well? And how important is it to you to feel respected by your family? Have you ever had to have that hard conversation about boundaries? Please let me know your story in the comments below. We all have a story, and sharing them is what makes us strong. If my story touched you, or made you think, I would be so grateful if you would give this video a like and share it with a friend or a family member or anyone who might need to hear that it's never too late to reclaim your voice. I hope you'll subscribe to the channel. In fact, there's another story ready for you to watch right after this. After 3 long years of silence, my son finally wrote to me. I had dreamed of that moment for so long, imagined what I would feel. Relief? Joy. But I never imagined this, because when I read the letter, it wasn't the typed words that mattered. It was the frantic, handwritten scrawl at the very bottom. Just 7 words. 7 words that made me grip the kitchen counter, my knees buckling. As I sat down, immediately, my name is Kimberly Williams. I'm 68 years old. I live in a small, quiet town in Burlington, Vermont. My life, ever since my husband passed, has been quiet, too quiet. This house used to be filled with noise, with the hustle and bustle of raising a family. Now, most days, the only sound is the ticking of the grandfather clock in the hall. But the loudest sound of all has been the silence from my son, Eugene. We hadn't spoken in 3 years, not since the fight. The one I've replayed in my mind 1,000 times. It all started when he married Diana, a woman a woman I never trusted. I tried. I really did. But there was something about her. The way she looked at our family photos, not with warmth, but like she was assessing their value. Eugene, my once warm and loving son, grew distant. The arguments started. He accused me of not being supportive. I accused him of forgetting who he was. And then, one day, the calls just stopped. 3 years. Every holiday, every birthday, I'd stare at the phone, praying it would ring. It never did. The silence stretched on, becoming a heavy, suffocating blanket. You don't know what that kind of silence does to a mother. It hollows you out, fills you with a regret that's so sharp, it's hard to breathe sometimes. That day started like any other. I just poured my second cup of coffee when I heard the familiar clink of the mail slot. I walked to the front door, shuffling through the usual stack of bills and supermarket flyers. And then I saw it. A plain, white envelope. My name and address were typed. The return address was just a P.O. box from a town I didn't recognize. My heart did a strange little flutter. I told myself not to be foolish. It was probably nothing, but my hands were shaking as I carried it to the kitchen. I set the other mail down. I just stood there, staring at that one envelope. For a moment, I wondered if this was it. Was this the moment the silence would finally break? I grabbed a butter knife and slit it open. Inside, there was a single sheet of paper, folded twice. It was typed, "Dear Mom, I know it's been a long time. I'm sorry. There's a lot I haven't been able to say. I'm okay, but I need to see you. I have to talk to you about something important. I'll try to call soon. Eugene." My eyes blurred. The tears came so fast I couldn't stop them. He was sorry. He was okay. He was going to call. The relief was so sudden, so overwhelming, it was like I could finally take a full breath after 3 years of holding it in. I clutched the letter to my chest, a sob escaping me. My son was coming back. I read the note again, my eyes tracing the shape of his name. And that's when I saw it. At the very bottom of the page, cramped into the corner as if it was added in a panic, was a message in a different ink. It was handwritten, shaky, and looked nothing like his usual confident signature. I had to squint to make it out. It said, "They're coming for the property. Don't trust anyone." The air left my lungs. I read it again, and a third time. "They're coming for the property. Don't trust anyone." A cold dread, sharp and instant, washed over me. The joy from a second ago vanished, replaced by a deep, pulsing fear. What property? Who are they? And the last 3 words echoed in the empty kitchen. Don't trust anyone. My knees gave out. I stumbled back, grabbing the edge of the kitchen chair and sinking into it. The letter, once a symbol of hope, now felt like a threat. This wasn't a reconciliation. This was a warning. That feeling when your heart drops into your stomach from just a few words. Have you ever received a letter or a text message that just made you freeze? It's a terrible, sinking feeling. Let me know in the comments where you are all watching from today. My mind was a blank, empty space, with only those 7 words echoing inside it. They're coming for the property. Don't trust anyone. What property? My mind spun. This house. This house was in my name, paid for. There was nothing to come for. Then it hit me. The old farmhouse. My husband's family place, further north. A place we hadn't visited in 20 years, left to the weeds and the weather. It was practically a ruin. Why would anyone be coming for that? And who were they? The word felt so ominous, so threatening. Don't trust anyone. I looked back at the typed part of the letter. I'll try to call soon. But the frantic scrawl at the bottom felt so much more urgent. What if soon was too late? What if he was in trouble right now? A mother's fear is a powerful thing. It's a physical force. It pushes aside all the hurt, all the anger of the last 3 years, and leaves only one sharp command: protect your child. The silence in the house was deafening. I couldn't just sit here. I couldn't wait by the phone like I had for 3 years. Not with a note like this. I snatched the envelope off the table. I'd barely glanced at it before, but now I stared at it, hunting for a clue. The return address. It wasn't Eugene's handwriting. It wasn't his old apartment. It was typed: Collins and Associates Attorneys at Law 100, State Street, Montpelier, Vermont. My blood ran cold. Montpelier? That was a 2-hour drive. And a law firm? Why was my son sending a letter, a secret warning letter from a lawyer's office? This was wrong. This was all wrong. My first instinct was to call the police. But what would I say? That my estranged son sent me a strange note? They would think I was a hysterical old woman. Don't trust anyone. Did that include these lawyers? Was this a trap? I grabbed my phone, my fingers trembling so badly I could barely type. I searched for Collins and Associates, Montpelier. They were real. A professional website popped up. Estate planning, real estate law. I had a choice. I could wait for Eugene's call, a call that might never come. Or I could call the one number I had. The warning in his own handwriting battled with my fear. But what if this lawyer, this Mr. Collins, was the one person Eugene trusted? What if he was trying to help? I couldn't live with myself if I did nothing. I pressed the number. The phone rang. Once. Twice. Each ring sounded like a gunshot in the quiet room. Collins and Associates. This is Carol speaking. How may I help you? The voice was crisp, polite, and professional. Just a normal secretary on a normal day. For a second, I felt foolish. Hello, I started, my voice small and shaky. My name is Kimberly Williams. I received a letter. It has your office's return address on it. There was a short pause. I heard the quiet click-clack of a keyboard. One moment, Mrs. Williams. The silence on the line stretched for an eternity. I gripped the phone, my knuckles white. I was about to hang up, convinced I'd made a mistake, when her voice came back. The tone was different. The cheerful politeness was gone. It was replaced by something else, a careful, deliberate recognition. Ah, yes, Mrs. Williams. She said my name like she knew it, like it was written on a list in front of her. Mr. Collins said you might be calling. A chill, sharper than any Vermont winter, went straight down my spine. This wasn't a random secretary. She knew. I couldn't speak. I just listened as she delivered the final, terrifying line. He's been expecting you. My hand was clamped around the receiver. He's expecting me? I stammered, my voice barely a whisper. The secretary's voice, Carol, was all business again, which somehow made me feel even more unbalanced. Mr. Collins has an opening in his schedule tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Will that be suitable, Mrs. Williams? 1,000 questions screamed in my head. What kind of lawyer expects a call from a mother he's never met? How did he know I would call? Yes, I said, my voice thin. 10 o'clock. I'll be there. I don't remember saying goodbye. I just hung up the phone and stood in the absolute silence of my kitchen. The house, which was always quiet, now felt empty. Tomorrow, 10 o'clock. It felt like an appointment for a verdict I was terrified to hear. I didn't sleep that night. How could I? I just sat in my living room, the letter in my hand, watching the shadows grow, my mind replaying every bad memory, every doubt. By 8 the next morning, I was in my car. I'd barely taken a sip of coffee. The drive from Burlington to Montpelier is usually one I love. It's a beautiful stretch of I-89 with the Green Mountains rising up on either side. It's always been peaceful. But not that day. That day, my hands were locked on the steering wheel at 10 and 2, like I was a brand new driver. The sky was a flat, unforgiving gray, and it felt like it was pressing down on me. With nothing but the hum of the road, my mind did exactly what I'd been trying to stop it from doing for 3 years. It went back. It went back to the last awful fight. It was in my kitchen. The same kitchen I was in last night. Eugene had brought Diana over for Sunday dinner. I'd tried so hard. I'd made his favorite, a pot roast, the one my own mother had taught me to make. I remember Diana picking at her food. She had this way of looking at things, not admiring them, but assessing them. I watched her eyes move from my mother's silver candlesticks to the china cabinet. It was a look I couldn't place at the time, but now it makes me shiver. The fight started over nothing. I'd asked Eugene about his job. He was always chasing some new business idea, never quite finding his footing, especially after his father passed. Before he could even answer, Diana interrupted, placing her hand on his arm. Eugene is doing just fine, Kimberly. We have plans. Plans? I asked, trying to keep my voice light. What kind of plans? She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. Plans that don't involve being stuck in this town. She'd waved her hand. A small, dismissive gesture that took in my home, my life, my entire world. That's when I felt it. The sharp, protective instinct. This town is your husband's home, Diana. It's his family. Eugene, who had been silent, suddenly pushed his chair back and stood up. Mom, just stop. Please. You've never liked her. You've never supported me. Eugene, that's not true. I stood up too, my hands clutching the back of my chair. I'm worried. She's what, Mom? He yelled. His face was red. He was my son, but in that moment, I didn't recognize him. And that's the part that's haunted me every single night. I looked past him at Diana. She was still sitting at the table, watching us, and she was smirking. It was tiny. It was almost not there, but it was. A small, satisfied, victorious little smile. She knew exactly what she was doing. She was prying him away, and she was winning. She's pulling you away from everyone who loves you. I shouted, and then he said the words, the awful words, that I was a bitter, lonely old woman, that I was jealous, that I couldn't stand to see him happy with anyone but me. Every word was a knife, and I knew they weren't his words. They were hers. She had polished them and loaded them into his mouth, and he had pulled the trigger. He grabbed her hand. We're leaving, and don't call me. Don't call me until you're ready to apologize to my wife. They walked out. I stood there, shaking. I never apologized. He never called. I must have made a sound in the car, a small sob, because I realized I was gripping the steering wheel so hard my fingers were numb. I blinked, and the image of Diana's smirk was replaced by a green highway sign, Montpelier, 2 miles. My heart was hammering, but something new was mixing with the fear. It was anger, a hot, sharp anger I hadn't let myself feel for 3 years. All this time, I had lived with the guilt. Had I been too harsh? Had I pushed him away? But now, they're coming for the property. Diana's plans. Her eyes assessing my candlesticks. It wasn't my imagination. It wasn't me being a jealous mother. It was real. My regret was still there, a dull ache that would never leave. But the fear that had frozen me last night was hardening into something else. Something solid. Resolve. I had been right about her. And my son, my poor, lost son, was in her trap. I pulled into Montpelier. State Street was quiet and respectable, lined with old brick buildings. I found the address, Collins and Associates. I parked the car, my hands shaking again, but for a different reason now. I sat there for a full minute just staring at the polished brass plaque by the door. For 3 years, I had been the mother on the outside, the one who waited. I grabbed my purse, got out of the car, and walked up the stone steps. I was done waiting. I pulled open the heavy wooden door and walked inside. Wow, that memory of the fight, especially Diana's smirk. Have you ever had that powerful gut feeling about someone in your family's life, but you knew you couldn't say anything without being called jealous or controlling? It is such a lonely and painful place to be. Let me know your thoughts on this below. The office was quiet, the kind of expensive quiet that smells like old books and floor wax. A plush rug covered the floor, and the only sound was the distant, polite tapping of a keyboard. The woman at the front desk looked up. She was the one I'd spoken to, Carol. She gave me a small, tight-lipped smile. "Mrs. Williams?" I just nodded, my throat too tight to speak. "Mr. Collins is ready for you. Please go right in." She gestured to a large, dark wood door at the end of the hall. There was no waiting room, no forms to fill out. I was being led straight in. That, more than anything, confirmed this wasn't a normal legal meeting. My hand was shaking as I pushed the door open. The office was large, lined with shelves of thick, leather-bound books. A man stood up from behind a massive wooden desk. He was just as the outline had described him, in his late 50s, with kind, tired eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses. He wore a simple sweater vest, not an imposing suit. He looked more like a college professor than a high-powered lawyer. "Mrs. Williams," he said, and his voice was gentle. He didn't offer to shake my hand, just motioned to the chair opposite his desk. "Please sit down. Thank you for coming. I know this must be a shock." I sat on the edge of the leather chair. "You're the one," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "You sent the letter." He sat down, lacing his hands on the desk. "I am. My name is Terry Collins, and I'm in a difficult position here. What I'm about to discuss with you borders on breaking client confidentiality, but I believe this is an exceptional circumstance." I gripped the handles of my purse. "My son, Eugene, is he in danger?" Terry held up a hand. "I don't know if danger is the right word, but trouble? Yes, I believe he is in a great deal of trouble." I waited. The grandfather clock in the hall was the only sound. "Your son and his wife, Diana, came to my office last week," he began. "They made the appointment under the pretense of estate planning." I must have looked confused because he added, "That's what I thought, too. It's unusual." But the conversation, it changed very quickly. It wasn't about estate planning at all. He leaned forward, his kind eyes now sharp and serious. "Mrs. Williams, your son wanted to know how fast he could sell a piece of property. He said he needed the money for emergency financial reasons." The breath I was holding came out in a shaky sigh. "The farmhouse," I said. It wasn't a question. He nodded. "The farmhouse." He was in a great hurry. He kept stressing that it had to be sold immediately for cash to clear significant debts. My heart ached. My son, my proud, ambitious boy, was in debt. So much debt that he was willing to sell the last piece of his father's family, a place he'd loved as a child. He was in financial trouble, and he hadn't come to me. He'd gone to a stranger. "But why did you—" I fumbled for the words. "Why did you send me that letter? Why the warning?" Terry Collins looked down at his desk for a moment, as if choosing his words with great care. "Because I've been a lawyer for 30 years, Kimberly," he said, using my first name so gently it almost made me cry. "My job is to read people. And the entire time, your son barely said a word. His wife, Diana, did all the talking. My blood went cold. Diana, She was the one pushing, Terry continued. She had all the answers. She knew the account numbers, the debt figures. Eugene just sat there. He looked lost, trapped. He paused, and his eyes met mine. And he looked scared. He had seen it. A complete stranger had seen in 1 hour what I had been trying to tell my son for years. I had been right. My gut feeling had been right all along. I had my concerns about the whole transaction. Terry said, it all felt too rushed, too desperate. Diana was pushing for a quitclaim deed to get the property into her name to simplify the sale. It just didn't sit right with me. So you sent the letter, I said. Not exactly, he said. I stalled them. I told them I needed to do a title search, that these things take time. I gave them a folder of standard paperwork to review. And as they were leaving, when Diana's back was turned, your son, he slipped a note onto my desk. A little piece of paper, folded up tiny. Terry opened his desk drawer and took out a folded, sticky note. It was his handwriting. It had your name, your address, and one word, please. My hand flew to my mouth. I knew then, Terry said, that my gut was right. He was trying to reach you. He was asking me to help him. So I typed up that simple letter and put his frantic note in it, the one I assume you found. I had to. I couldn't stand by and watch this happen. He slid a small stack of papers across the desk toward me. And I'm glad I did, he said, his voice dropping, because after they left Diana, she came back. She came back. I asked, my voice barely audible. I felt a coldness in the pit of my stomach that had nothing to do with the weather outside. Terry nodded gravely. He looked angry, not with me, but with the situation. She returned the very next day. Alone, he said, and he put a small emphasis on that last word. I was in a meeting, so she spoke with my paralegal. She was, I'm told, very impatient. All business. He paused, then continued. She told my staff that she had spoken with you, Kimberly, that you were in full agreement with the sale. She said, and these were her words, that you were eager to help them get a fresh start and wanted this done as quickly as possible. The lie was so bold, so shameless, it took my breath away. Eager? I hadn't spoken to my son in 3 years, and this woman was telling people I was eager to help her sell our family's land. The anger that I'd felt on the drive over, the one that had been building on a low simmer, suddenly spiked. She's lying, I whispered, though it came out with more force than I intended. I know, Terry said, and I know that now for a fact. But at the time, she was very convincing, and she brought this. He slid the stack of papers he'd been holding across the desk. They were standard legal forms, filled with text I couldn't possibly understand. But I didn't need to. My eyes were drawn, as if by a magnet, to the last page. It was a document, a consent to sell. And at the bottom, on the line marked Kimberly Williams, was a signature. I just stared at it. It was my name, Kimberly Williams. But it wasn't my handwriting. It wasn't even close. My signature has a certain loop on the K and the W. My mother taught me that. This was jagged. It was hesitant in some places and too forceful in others. It was the signature of someone who was trying to be me, a clumsy, ugly imitation. It felt, I don't even have the words for it, it felt like I'd been violated, like someone had broken into my house, not to steal a television, but to steal me, to steal my name. Terry's voice was very soft. That's not your signature, is it? He knew. He knew the second he saw it. No, I said. My voice was hollow. No, it is not. I felt sick. I leaned back in the chair, and the room seemed to tilt for a moment. All the vague distrust, all the bad feelings, all the mother's intuition from the last few years, it all just crashed into this one horrible moment. She wasn't just a woman I didn't like. She wasn't just a bad influence. She was a criminal. She had forged my name on a legal document. Terry leaned forward, his hands flat on the desk. Kimberly, this is why I sent the letter. When my paralegal brought me this forgery, I knew this was no longer a simple family matter. This was something else. He pointed to the fake signature. This is a crime. And when I put this together with your son's face, the way he looked in my office like a trapped animal, and the note he slipped me begging me to contact you, he shook his head, his expression grim. I'm his lawyer, yes, but I couldn't be a party to this. I couldn't just do a title search and cash my check. I had to do something. So I sent the letter, with his hidden message inside. He had been right. Don't trust anyone. Eugene hadn't just meant strangers. He meant his own wife. A horrible thought struck me. Did he know she was going to do this? Did he know she'd forge my name? I don't know, Terry said honestly. But I doubt it. My read on him, he's in over his head. He's ashamed, he's in debt, and he's being controlled by her. He's a victim in this, just as much as you are. He was right. The anger at my son, the 3 years of hurt, it just evaporated. It was replaced by a cold, clear, protective fury. This wasn't a family fight. This was a rescue. I looked up from the forged signature and met Terry's gaze. My hands had stopped shaking. Mr. Collins, I said, and my voice was steady for the first time in 2 days. You said you did a title search. What is this property even worth? Terry's kind, sad eyes held mine. He took a slow breath. Kimberly, I think you need to prepare yourself. This isn't about the old farmhouse. It's not about the few $1,000s of debt she's claiming. You're not the only one she's lying to. He stood up and walked over to a tall filing cabinet. She's lying to Eugene, too. Lying to him, too? I said, my voice hoarse. My mind was still stuck on the image of my forged signature. Lying about what? The debt. I was still thinking small. I was still thinking about credit cards or a bad car loan. Partly, Terry said, he didn't sit back down. He stood by the desk, looking at me, with an almost sad patience, like a doctor about to deliver a difficult diagnosis. Kimberly, when they were in here, Diana let him believe they were desperate, that they were drowning, as she put it, and that selling the farmhouse was a last resort to get maybe $50,000 to clear the books and get a fresh start. And it's not. I asked. Oh, I'm sure the debt is real, he said. That's the hook. But she's lying to him about the value. She's letting him believe he's trading a pile of worthless rocks for a little bit of breathing room. I was completely lost, but he is. Terry, I have to be honest with you. That farmhouse is a wreck. It's a pile of worthless rocks. My husband, God rest his soul, used to joke that the only thing holding it up was the termites holding hands. The roof caved in completely during the bad snowstorm in '98. It's nothing. It's just memories and broken boards. I shook my head, feeling the old, familiar pang of loss. We'd be lucky to get $20,000 for the land it's on. She's not going to get rich off that. Terry didn't answer. He just turned and walked to that tall filing cabinet, the one he'd gone to before. He pulled out a long cardboard tube. It looked like something an architect would carry. He came back to the desk, cleared a space, and untied the blue ribbon at one end. With a soft shush, he unrolled it. It wasn't a letter. It wasn't a form. It was a map, a huge professional surveyor's map, covered in lines and grids and tiny text. It took up his entire desk. Kimberly, he said, and his voice was very quiet. You're absolutely right. The farmhouse itself is worthless. You couldn't pay someone to take it away. He smoothed his hand over the map. But this has never been about the house. He tapped a large square plot outlined in red, right in the center. This is your family's land. The old farm, 100 acres in your late husband's name, now yours and Eugene's. I nodded, my throat dry. Then his finger traced a series of dotted lines and shaded areas all around the red square. It looked like a plan. And this, he said, is the new Green Valley Development Project. They're building a 4-season resort, a championship golf course, luxury condominiums, a spa, the works. It's the biggest project this state has seen in 20 years. I still didn't understand. So, we'll have new neighbors? If anyone ever rebuilt out there. He looked up at me, and his eyes were sharp. Kimberly, they're not building next to your land. Your land is in the middle of their plan. It's the key. They need it for their main road access and their water rights from the creek that runs through it. Without your 100 acres, their entire project is cut in half and can't go forward. The air in the room suddenly felt very thin. I stared at the map. I stared at the red square, looking so small and so important. Diana's plans, I whispered. The word from that awful dinner 3 years ago. This isn't public knowledge yet, Terry said, but it's an open secret among real estate lawyers. This development company has been quietly buying up all the surrounding plots for over a year. I did a little digging after they came in. They've been paying a premium. My heart was beating in my throat. Terry, what are we talking about? He took a slow breath and pointed to a small parcel, much smaller than ours, on the edge of the map. This lot, 5 acres, sold 3 months ago for $500,000. I just stared. Your land, he said, tapping the red square, is not on the edge. It is the heart. It's not worth thousands. He paused. Kimberly, that land is worth millions. The word, it hung in the air. Millions. A number I'd only ever associated with lottery winners or movie stars. I sank back into the chair. I felt dizzy. And Diana knows. I said, it wasn't a question. It was the only thing that made sense. She must, Terry said, his voice grim. This is what she's after. This is the plan. She's not trying to pay off a $50,000 debt. She's trying to forge your name, trick your son into thinking he's just clearing the slate so she can sell his birthright. She'd probably sell it for a fraction of its value just to get the cash, and Eugene would never know what he'd lost. The smirk at my dinner table, the way she'd looked at my candlesticks. She wasn't just assessing their value. She'd been assessing us. This wasn't just greed. This was a heist, a long con. My son was the pawn, and I was the lock on the door she just tried to break. Millions. She's not just a bad wife. She's a con artist. My blood is boiling for Kimberly. If you are on Kimberly's side and want to see her save her son, drop a "Go Kimberly" in the comments right now. And please don't forget to hit that like button. She's going to need all the support she can get for this fight. I walked out of Terry Collins' office with the rolled-up map in my purse. The cold Montpelier air hit my face, but I barely felt it. I was burning. The image of the forged signature, the map, the millions, it was all a roar in my head. There was no more time for regret. There was no more time for waiting. I had to find my son. I got in the car. I didn't drive home to Burlington. I drove to the one place I knew he still went. He and his father. It had been their place. The Maple Leaf Diner. The one with the broken jukebox and the vinyl seats, the one he and his friends used to go to after football practice in high school. He was a creature of habit. If he was in trouble, if he was looking for a shadow of his old life, he'd be there. I gripped the steering wheel, my mind clear. I was no longer the sad, lonely woman in the quiet house. I was a mother, and I had been for 68 years. I knew how to fight. The drive was a blur. When I pulled into the diner's parking lot, I saw his car. It was old, a little beaten up, and it was parked in the back corner, just like he always did. I took a deep breath, grabbed my purse, and walked in. The bell over the door jingled. My eyes scanned the room. And there he was. He was in a back booth, the one by the window, just as I'd pictured. He was staring out at the parking lot, nursing a cup of coffee. The sight of him, it knocked the air right out of me. It wasn't just that he was my son. It was how he looked. He was so thin. His shoulders were slumped, and his face was pale and drawn. He looked hollow. The bright, ambitious, laughing boy I'd raised was gone. This was a man who looked like the world had worn him down to nothing. My anger didn't vanish, but something else rushed in to join it. A deep, aching pity. He didn't see me. I walked across the linoleum floor. I stood at the end of his table. Eugene. His head snapped up. The look on his face. I will never forget it. First, just shock. His eyes went wide. Then, in a split second, something else. Guilt. And then, just as fast, that flickered out and was replaced by a hard, cold defensiveness. It was like watching a series of masks fall into place. "Mom," he said. His voice was rough. What are you doing here? How did you find me?" "I've always known where to find you," I said softly, and I slid into the booth opposite him. He immediately tensed, pulling back, crossing his arms over his chest. He looked like a cornered animal. "Look, if you're here to start another fight—" "I'm not here to fight, Eugene," I said. "I'm here because I'm scared. I'm scared for you." "I don't need you to be scared for me," he snapped. "I'm fine. I'm a grown man. We're fine. I went to Montpelier, Eugene." He flinched, a tiny, almost invisible recoil. His knuckles went white as he gripped his coffee cup. "I spoke to a lawyer, a Mr. Terry Collins." His face hardened. "You have no right. You have no right to go sticking your nose into my business. My name on a forged document makes it my business, Eugene." He looked down. He stared into his coffee cup. A deep, dark red flush crept up his neck. There it was. Shame. He couldn't even look at me. It was just a piece of paper. He mumbled. "It was just to speed things up. You wouldn't understand. We're in trouble. We're drowning. We need the money. It's just a worthless pile of junk, Mom." His eyes finally met mine, and they were filled with anger. "It's just a stupid, falling down house. You always hated that place anyway." Hearing him, hearing the desperation, the lines he'd clearly been fed, it broke my heart. "Who told you that, honey?" I asked, my voice shaking. "Who told you it was worthless?" "Diana." "Stop it," he said, and his voice was suddenly loud. A few people at the counter looked over. "Just stop. You've never liked her. You've just been waiting for a chance to drive us apart. You're trying to control me. You can't stand to see me happy." There they were, the exact words from 3 years ago, the words she had loaded into his mouth. He was just a puppet, and she was pulling every string. I couldn't hold back anymore. The pain, the anger, the love, it all came spilling out. "Happy," I said, and my own voice rose. "Is this what happy looks like? Look at you. You're skin and bones. You're hiding in a diner. You're forging my name. And you're letting her lie to you." "She's not lying," he shouted. "She is," I said, my hands flat on the sticky table. "She is lying to you, Eugene. You think you're selling that land to pay off some debt? $50,000? Is that what she told you?" He hesitated, just for a second, but it was there. That 1 second of hesitation was the first crack in the wall. "It's none of your business," he said, but his voice had lost its force. "She is not trying to pay off a debt, Eugene. She is trying to steal your future. She is trying to steal your father's land." "Stop," he said. He looked small. He looked like a little boy again, one who'd been caught. "Just stop." I reached into my purse. My hands were shaking, but I grabbed the rolled-up map. No, I said, I won't stop. You are my son, and I will not let her do this. I pulled the map out and unrolled it right there on the table, knocking over his spoon. She's not after 50,000, honey, I said, my voice breaking. She's after millions. He just stared. He stared at the map. His face was a terrible, pale, unreadable mask of anger, confusion, and shame. He looked from the map to my face and back again. He didn't know who to trust anymore. He just looked lost. He just stared at the map, his face ashen. The red square in the middle seemed to pulse under the diner's fluorescent lights. What is this?" he whispered. But his voice was brittle. He was trying to sound angry, but it just sounded broken. "Where did you get this? This is crazy. You're lying. You're just trying to what, Eugene?" I said, my voice shaking, but I wouldn't back down. "Not now." "Trying to what? Save you? This isn't a lie. This is from Terry Collins, the lawyer you went to, the one you slipped that note to, begging for help." His eyes darted from the map to my face. The color drained from his cheeks. "I laid it all out," I said, and the tears I'd been holding back finally started to burn in my eyes. The lawyer! The fact that he was expecting my call. The fact that Diana came back, alone, the very next day. And she came back with this. I didn't have the forgery with me, but I didn't need it. The image was burned into my mind. She forged my name, Eugene. His head snapped up, his eyes wide with a terrible, cornered animal panic. No, she wouldn't. She did. A clumsy, ugly forgery of my signature on a document giving her consent to sell. She lied, Eugene. She lied to the lawyer, and she lied to you. You think you're paying off some debts. You think this is for $50,000. I tapped the map. This is what she's after. She's not trying to pay off debts. She is trying to steal your entire future. She's using your debt to trick you into giving away millions. He just stared. He stared at the map, at the red square. He stared at his own hands, trembling on the table. And then all the fight, all the brittle anger, it didn't just leave him. It shattered. His shoulders, which had been so tense and rigid, slumped. He covered his face with one hand, his whole body starting to shake. It wasn't loud. It was a silent, terrible, full-body tremor of a man who had finally hit rock bottom. I watched as my son, my grown-up, 38-year-old man, just fell apart in a public diner. "Eugene," I whispered. He wouldn't look at me. He just shook his head, his hand still covering his eyes. "I didn't." He choked out. I didn't know. The dam just broke. The confession, the shame, it all came tumbling out, so fast I could barely keep up. It was my last business idea," he stammered, his voice muffled by his hand. "The import won. It failed. It all failed. I lost everything, Mom. I lost more than everything. Oh, honey, I didn't know what to do," he said, and now he was crying. I couldn't tell you. After that fight, after everything, I couldn't come to you and say I'd failed again. I was so ashamed." He finally lowered his hand. His face was blotchy and wet, and he looked like he was 10 years old. "And Diana," he said, his voice cracking, She said she could fix it. She said it was no big deal. She said, 'Let me handle the finances, Eugene. You're too emotional.' And I let her. I was relieved. I gave her all the accounts. I signed whatever she put in front of me. This was it. The moment I dreaded. He hadn't just been blind. He'd been a willing participant in his own downfall. I just kept signing. He whispered. And the debt, it just got worse. And then she found out about the land. She said it was the answer. A clean slate. And you believed her, I said. It wasn't an accusation. It was just a heartbreaking fact. I wanted to believe her, he cried, his voice raw. I wanted it to be that easy. Just sign a paper, and it all goes away. But it felt wrong. The lawyer, Mr. Collins, he kept looking at me funny. And Diana she was so fast. So hard. It wasn't like her. So you wrote the note, I said. He nodded, shame rolling off him in waves. I wrote it when she went to the bathroom. I slipped it to him. I thought maybe you could stop it. I don't know what I thought. He looked at me, his eyes completely broken. But I didn't know this, Mom. I swear. I didn't know about the forgery. I didn't know about the millions. I just thought. I thought I was a failure, selling off the last piece of Dad's family for pennies. He finally, completely deflated. He slid down in the booth, the anger and shame gone, replaced by a hollow, terrifying exhaustion. Mom, he whispered, and his voice was so small I could barely hear it. Mom, I'm in so much trouble. I don't know what to do. I looked at my son, this broken man in the diner booth, and the last 3 years of anger, the fight, the silence, the bitterness, it didn't matter. It all just washed away. You can hold on to your pride, you can hold on to your hurt, but you can't hold on to it when your child is in this much pain. It's impossible. I did the only thing a mother can do. I reached across the table, over the map, and I took his hand. His skin was cold. Eugene, I said, and my voice was soft again. Look at me. He wouldn't. He just kept his head down, staring at our hands on the table. I can't, he whispered. Mom, I'm so scared. And I'm so ashamed. I know, honey. I know. You were right. He choked out. You were right about her, about everything. I thought I was proving something, that I was a man, that I didn't need you. And I was such a fool, a proud, stupid fool. No, I said, my voice firm. You were not a fool. You were in pain. You were grieving your father, and you were trying to find your way, and she took advantage of that. She saw that, and she used it. He finally looked up at me, his eyes so full of despair I felt it in my own chest. But what do I do? Mom, she controls everything. The bank accounts, the car, it's all. I don't have anything. I signed it all over. I'm trapped. I squeezed his hand, and in that moment, all the trembling, all the fear I had felt for the last 2 days, it just stopped. It was like a switch had been flipped. The fear was gone, and something hard and cold and clear settled in its place. It was resolve. It was the kind of strength you forget you have until you're the only one left to have it. I was no longer the victim. I was no longer the lonely mother. I was in charge now. I looked at my son who had been stolen from me, not just by this woman, but by his own shame. And I was going to get him back. I was going to get all of it back. No, you're not, I said, and my voice didn't shake. Not even a little. You are not trapped. You are not a fool. And you are not alone. Not anymore. I let go of his hand and started to roll up the map, my movements slow and deliberate. What are you doing? He asked, wiping his face on his sleeve. We're leaving, I said. I slid out of the booth and stood up, zipping my purse. You're going to come home with me, back to the house. But Diana, she's expecting me. If I don't go back, she'll know. She'll what, Eugene? I asked. I wasn't being mean. I was being practical. She'll what? Sell the land. We already know her plan. She's already forged my name. The worst has already happened. Now we fight back. He looked at me like I was speaking a foreign language. He had been in the dark for so long, he'd forgotten what the light looked like. But how? I reached into my pocket and pulled out my car keys. First, you're going to get in my car. You're going to come home, and I'm going to make you a sandwich. You look like you haven't eaten in a week. A tiny, watery smile flickered on his face. It was the first one I'd seen in years. And then, I said, holding his gaze, we are going to call Mr. Collins. And you are going to tell him everything, every single thing, from the very beginning. He stood up, his legs shaky. He was a good 6 inches taller than me, but in that moment he seemed so small. You don't have to be scared anymore, Eugene, I said, putting my arm through his. She wanted a fight with a lonely old woman? Well, that's fine. But she's not fighting me. He looked at me confused. She's fighting your mother. We walked out of that diner together. The 3 years of silence were over. It was no longer about the fight or the past. It was about one thing, and one thing only. We are going to fight this, I said as we stepped out into the cold, bright air. Together. The drive home was quiet, but it was a different kind of quiet than the one I'd been living in. The silence in my house for the last 3 years had been cold and empty and heavy. This was something else. It was the silence of exhaustion, the silence of two people who had said everything that needed to be said. And now there was nothing left but what came next? Eugene just stared out the passenger window. I don't know what he was seeing. Maybe the past, maybe the terrifying future. When I pulled into my driveway, he just sat there for a full minute, staring at the front door. His home. It's exactly the same, he whispered. The old oak tree in the front yard was bare, its branches like skeletons against the gray sky. It's always been here for you. I said simply, come on, let's get you inside. He walked in like he was a ghost. He looked at the grandfather clock. He touched the back of his father's old recliner. He'd been a stranger for 3 years, and now, in an instant, he was just my son again. I didn't ask him any more questions. I didn't press him about Diana or the money. I just walked into the kitchen, pulled out the bread, the turkey, and the mayonnaise. The same way I had after every football practice, every bad breakup, every disappointment in his life. You feed them. It's the first thing you do. I put the plate in front of him at the kitchen table. He looked at it, then up at me, his eyes full of a shame so deep I could barely stand it. Mom, I don't eat. Eugene, I said, it wasn't a request. He ate. He ate like he hadn't had a real meal in months. He finished the first sandwich in 3 bites, so I made him another. He was just finishing the second one when I walked over to the phone on the wall. The old landline. My hand was steady. I knew the number by heart now. Eugene watched me, his eyes wide. I picked up the receiver. I dialed. It rang once. Collins and Associates. This is Carol. Carol, I said, and my voice was clear and strong. It's Kimberly Williams. Please put me through to Terry. It's an emergency. I didn't have to wait. A second later, his voice was on the line, sharp and concerned. Kimberly? What's wrong? Did she? Terry, I said, cutting him off. It's Kimberly. My son is with me now. There was a profound silence on the other end of the line. He's safe. Terry finally asked. Yes, I said. He's safe. He's right here. He's ready to tell you everything. The debts. The control. All of it. I looked at Eugene. He was watching me, his face pale, but he nodded. A small, terrified but definite nod. He was with me. Good. Terry said, good. That's the first step. Bring him in tomorrow. 9 a.m. We'll start. Terry, I said, and I stopped him right there. I wasn't just a sad mother anymore. I was his client. I was a fighter. I'm not asking what we do tomorrow. I'm asking what we do now, tonight. Now, I need you to tell me exactly what we do to stop his wife. Terry was silent for a beat, and then his voice changed. The kindness was still there, but it was mixed with the steel of a lawyer who smelled blood in the water. All right, Kimberly, he said, here's what we do. First, I listened. I took notes. I asked questions. We talked about freezing accounts. We talked about injunctions. We talked about fraud. We talked about the forged document. The fog of fear I'd been in was finally gone, replaced by a cold, clear plan of action. When I hung up the phone, the house was dark. Eugene hadn't moved. He just looked empty, drained. Go lie down on the couch. I told him. You can't go back there. Not tonight. Not ever. He just nodded, too tired to argue. He walked into the living room, and I heard the springs of the old sofa sigh as he laid down. I stood in the kitchen for a long time. I looked at the two empty plates. I looked at the phone. I knew this wasn't the end. This was just the end of the beginning. The road ahead was going to be awful. There would be court. There would be more fights. Diana wasn't going to just let him go. She wasn't going to let millions of dollars just walk away. It was going to be ugly. It was going to cost money I wasn't sure I had. But as I looked into the dark living room, at the shape of my son sleeping on the couch, just like he did when he was a teenager, I knew I'd make the same choice every single time. What does it mean to be a mother? It's not about being right. It's not about getting an apology. It's not about saying, I told you so, even when you were right all along. It's about love, a fierce, stubborn, unconditional love that makes you walk into a lawyer's office, confront a broken man in a diner, and pick up the phone to start a war you never wanted to fight. My son had made mistakes, terrible, heartbreaking mistakes, but he was my son. And my question to you, after all this, is a simple one. What would you have done? What would you do if you were in my shoes? Could you find it in your heart to forgive, even after 3 years of that kind of pain? Could you help your child, even when you knew they were the ones who had let the wolf in the door? I made my choice, and I do it again. Thank you so much for listening to my story. If this story touched you, if it made you think, I'd be so grateful if you would like this video and share it with someone who might need to hear it. And please comment below. Tell me what you would have done. Your stories, your strength, they help me more than you know. Subscribe to the channel for more real-life stories like these one.